If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 10th of January 2026, and we're going to be doing some analytics today here at Flemington. But before we start, I must say that the overlays are not working today. There's some problem with the site, and I'm not able to get the overlays, so we can't see the live button and the icons, which are generally there. Along with the favorites coming here, we are not able to see all of them because there's some problem with that particular site, and I'm trying to fix that. But having said that, we will be doing analytics, so we will see what we can do here today. We are at Flemington. The ground reading is good. We've got 10 races here today, and we've got one group 3, and rest of them are benchmark 72, 78, something on those lines. Now, the trickiest part of this particular track is the straight. That's the trickiest part. Rest everything, they are okay. We'll see how we can work this thing out today, and we'll see how things work today. So welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our numbers and wait for the results to validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often highlight those situations. And that is more or less what we do. We'll take a look at the first race today, which is here at Flemington, and see the market, what the market is saying. Number 7 has been scratched. We don't have number 7. 1, 6, 5, and 2. So 1, 6, 5, and 2 are the odds. 1 is the favorite, and we'll see how things are. So we've not changed anything. It is exactly the same when we were racing at Warwick Farm, and we are going to continue doing that here at Flemington, and we'll take the numbers. Warwick Farm is not the right place to actually make some changes, but this Flemington, we will have much stronger numbers, and we will see how things work. And then probably if we are required to make some changes, we will do that. Now, the odds are right. One is the highest there. So one should, through the DICR, one is the highest rated. So that's that. And it has a fantastic resume, and that's more or less what it is. Now, the odds are right, but this is the first one. I'm not going to contradict this. The thing is that if we look at the VT, so this is going on a negative. It's a benchmark 70. Okay, it's a benchmark 70. And the difference between the caliber and the resistance is negative 15. So, and it is coming from gate number 5. So that is a concern area which is here. The next in line is 2. Okay, they're all going to run 0 0. They're all practically going to run 0 0. So the next in line is this one, the 2, which is through the DICR is second. That is 2, okay? Through the DICR, that's the second one. Now, the difference is this, that this is going to be running parallel, 42 by 42, no window. This is going to be running against resistance, which is 46 by 62, which is a difference of negative 15. But it is a higher class. So now what can go wrong? So the first thing that we need to check is this side of the section where it is all same age, and when it is same age or same sex, then things are a little dicey. And I'm not going to change anything or comment anything on the first one, but the difference between 1 and 2 is this, that this is still a kind of a position where things are a little borderline okay. This is a struggle. The negative 15 is a struggle. It's a filly, which is going to come from gate number 5. It's benchmark 70. So gates definitely will matter. And this is the highest rated. The struggle is real. It is a difference of 15, negative 15 here that we are getting. And that is the difference. Now, I think it is the first one. We should probably watch the first one, see how things will work, and then take our call from the next one. 5 is good. There is no doubt 5 is good. But it's a benchmark 70. That is a concern. Gate number 2, that 3-year-old gelding has an upper hand. It has an upper hand. So we'll see how that works. But the resume is very strong on 1. Ideally, that's the favorite. How this thing should work, and the odds are right. So ideally it is here, and then it goes down. So we know the CR is very high, the horse is very good. There is a struggle. The struggle is this gate number 5. This is a very high rated, but it's it's not exactly the same class as this one. So that's that part of the story. The other thing is, if if this thing and this thing are the same, then this one has advantage because there's no pressure on this horse. So on the 5, right, if 6 and 5 are the same, they are of the same class, then the 5 has an upper hand. 1 and 2 has an upper hand. So we'll see how that thing is work. And it's the first one, so we'll wait and see how the numbers work, because benchmark 70, everything looks okay, but this is also the highest rated. I am just concerned about this struggle. We'll see how that struggle works up. The highest leverage apart from these two, there's a huge leverage on these two horses, 4 and 3, the first and the second linear. They are a class better than 6 and 5, but we struggle. We can see the 113. This one is not doing well. This is on the 4th line, so probably that thing is not going to happen. We never know, but we'll just keep a watch on the first one. We'll see how things work. Dows, welcome back, Dows. I'm on the 2. The 2 definitely has an upper hand than the 1. The 2 definitely has an upper hand than the 1, but we'll see how that works, because the 1 is from gate number 5. It's a benchmark 70. The struggle is real. The 2, the struggle is less. 6 is very high rated, but a class lesser than this. This is an inner gate, so things should work on 2. We'll see how that happens. I mean, I'm not doubting the capabilities of 1. 1 is a good horse, but where it becomes a little problematic is this: the CR is very high and this is very strong. Then here it drops to 4th, here it drops to 2nd. So that's something that we will see, but it's more or less, I guess, between 2 and 5. That's what I think. Okay, we just got our overlays back, so things should be fine. Let's to go. Gatekeeper, welcome back. It's a Saturday. We're at Flemington. It's a very good one. It's a very good one. I mean, the first one I'm not going to get into, and I will not comment or contradict anything. We'll see how that works. But the thing is, we are at Flemington. Flemington usually is very good, and it is very difficult to contradict the odds at Flemington. They usually run about 50% on the odds. So if there are 10 races, 5 of them should get in as favorite. That's how Flemington plays. It's a very stable track. It's a very, very well organized place. And hands down today, probably this is the best place that we can be. It is just that the first one is always a little question mark. So we'll wait for the first one. So I've changed this particular section. This is our action is like recommended action. So I'll put my thoughts here. And if I like something, I'll put it here. No, Australia is getting into the spring. So the season is different in Australia. It's the spring season in Australia. But and we have some very good races coming up during the spring carnival here in Australia. So we'll see how things work. US, I have not raced for a very long time, Gatekeeper. So I'm kind of not absolutely in clear light about the seasons and what are the measures that needs to be taken. so I'm not in a clear light. I haven't raced US like for good 7 to 10 years. Right on the 7. Yeah, that was a bad one. Wangauni. I don't know where is that track, but Wangauni is God knows where.
Summer racing you won't want to miss. Visit racingqueensland.com.au for details. Best greyhound and harness racing, live across the Sky Racing Network. She will reign, racer to the lead, 150 out. She will reign is well clear, but Minari, Tulip and Fulligan charging home, and she will reign in front. The $20,000 filly's got the slipper one. She will reign goes on to be 5. Cortelli has won the Golden Slipper with She Will Reign, a lifelong dream.
Join me, Kirsten June, Racing Club.
start of a 10-race card and the start of a very big afternoon here on Sky Racing 1, where, of course, the feature action will be on the Gold Coast, where Ben Way and Paul Joyce will join us a little bit later on for Magic Millions Gold Day. But Flemington...
Yeah, this is the first one, Dowd. Let's just keep it low. Let's see how things work.
Race number 8. No gainer today, that's the bad news. Good news is James Jordan, hugely capable replacement for today, joins us. G'day to you, James.
G'day, Marta. Yeah, might be all bad news. We'll see how we go on the tipping front. But no, looking forward to it. It's not a bad day. 10 races is the maximum, so hopefully there's a few winners there for us.
Good for us, the track reading. The rail is out 6. Are we keeping an eye on this wind?
Yeah, it looks like that it is very good.
It's the biggest factor at Flemington. It's a drying track. So
the concern is here. If this can overcome, and I still, I don't know how to read this.
With some cover in the sprint.
3 specials. Let's do them in.
I don't know how to read this. We will check with Flemington and then probably get an opening on this.
It was. It had no right to sort of be in the finish there.
We can't rely on Warwick Farm.
From an inside gate. I reckon this favourite's
So we'll see how things work.
And in race number 4, you got an each way special Seafall. Chris Waller having its third run.
7 is crashed, yes.
Boys. Generally peaks third up. It's run 2 of 3 third up in the past.
Yeah, he should be peaking here. Goes up a furlong from last start, drops a couple of kilos. Jackson Radley's riding very well. He takes some weight off. It'll probably need a bit of luck, but there's only 3 chances in the race, and I'm happy to play each way there.
And in the lucky last, Legacy Bay, who's been close up and placed all 3 runs this campaign.
We had a lot of money for it this morning, which is a good sign. There looks a stack of speed in the race. I'm hoping the winner can come from sort of midfield or worse. And I reckon Legacy Bay, with a claim that's got 53.5, we should be able to absorb that tempo and be very strong late.
So this first race is rapidly approaching, as we've touched on. Special Our Chief. You're most worried about Jenny Gone Bonkers, who's building itself a very consistent early record.
Yeah, I'm just not convinced that the prices are...
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Start from the back, but the race didn't rate that well. Does climb 6.5 kilos.
Gatekeeper, it's the first one. It's the first one. We don't even know how the ground is. Let's see.
20 minutes ago, full set start, 12 cents win, 15 cents place deductions with the tab. Quick look over what's happening late with the bookies, which are factoring into this scratching. Jenny Gone Bonkers, 2 to 2.05 into 1.95 back to $2. Now Cheap is 3.30 into $2.90. It's been support for Flying Done as well. The tab we're on kickstarts Standish Day as we head to Flemington.
Mark Zara back race riding after a break. He's got a good book of rides today, a leading chance in the opener. So here's Theology circling around. Theology coming up to Shane.
Lewis, welcome back on to.
From the 1600 metres, we're almost set to go. Carnival Riches makes the trip down.
Zahara is on 1. We'll see.
Gates open, they're off in the first at headquarters, and Jenny Gone Bonkers, one of the first to begin, but is drifting back and looking for some cover now. It's Flying Done from the inside, travelling up nicely with Our Chief and Make Time out 3 wide, looking to slot in, very muddling early. So Jenny Gone Bonkers had to go back to last, with now Theology up near the inside in 4th. Carnival Riches is 5th and last of the 6. Jenny Gone Bonkers as they just hack into that first bend with 1,400 metres to go. And Flying Done now with Make Time, who's given a squeeze and goes up to join the leader about a neck away. Then followed by Our Chief, who settles down on the outside of Theology. Carnival Riches is second last, and Jenny Gone Bonkers is being ridden for luck. Now starts to poke through along the running rail as they come up to the 800 metres. So it's Dean Yendall with Flying Done. Tries to get away from Make Time. Now leads at 3/4, almost 1 length. Our Chief is running 3rd. And then followed by Making a Move. Jenny Gone Bonkers getting away from the fence and now moving into the race. And Carnival Riches as well. And right by them on the fence is Theology in a very compact field as they come into the straight. 350 metres to go. Flying Done leads. Flying Done by a length and a half. Trying going hard is Out Chief. Jenny Gone Bonkers comes to the middle of the track. Still have to run down Flying Dun, who's under the whip. 200 to go. Out Chief and Jenny Gone Bonkers now starting to range, but still Flying Dun. Flying Dun, 100 to go. Holding 2 lengths on Out Chief. Jenny Gone Bonkers can't run on, and Flying Dun is going to run them into the ground. Yendall wins. Flying Dun home for its 3rd straight victory. Won it by 2 at Out Chief. Jenny Gone Bonkers 4. And then came Country Riches.
2-6-1.
It was one of the last to clock in with Make Time.
They couldn't catch Flying Dun.
2-6-1.
Its 3rd straight win under Dean Yendall for the Williams camp from the Bull, and it pays $5.70 on the win. Super Tab $5.60 New South Wales, $6.30 on the U Tab, and it's 2-6-1-8 was called home for 4th. Well, Flying Dun, James, is now 3 from 3 with blinkers on.
Yeah, so it's done a good job. Keeps winning.
I'm okay, Lewis.
Pretty cheap run there in front. I thought our chief was outside the leader early, and Jamie Mellum, she actually restrained to let Make Time cross.
So what was there and how things are basically is this, that this is the first one, and honestly speaking, we're going to be racing here today at Flemington, and we'll take the right way to actually identify this as a threat, or calibrate this further, because at this point of time we know what the difference is, and we know how that difference makes a difference when the races unfolds, but we need to get some concrete evidence on this from a stable track like Flemington. I can't rely on the numbers that we were getting at Warwick Farm. Randwick is killing us, so this is a place where we'll be able to figure out how things work, basically. So when it goes negative, what basically happens is this, that the CR will show you the form, the current form, but then you also have these two to actually understand how those things are placed. Then you have the class. So my call was, this was though on the 3rd line here, it was a class above. This one was the highest class, which was coming from gate number 5, but the struggle was showing -15. So that was not the thing that could have happened. And about these two, there's a huge difference in class. So if they're running parallel, both of them running parallel, the class actually should work, and that is how it ended up. So we'll keep a close look at the numbers here, and whenever it is negative, going negative is something, a very, very dicey thing to work with. We will have to get better races to actually work and calibrate them further. So far we have -15 on this and -113 on these two, so they were not possible. So I think 5 came in 4th, should be, that's how it is. 5 should be 4th, and we'll go to the next. Take the odds. 2 has been scratched, so we don't have to. 8, 9, 5 and 10. So the 8 is the favorite. Okay. Now, eight should win. 8 should win. 8 is not in a kind of a situation like this one, which was negative 15. 8 is at 67 by 57, has a window of 10. All right, it's a good horse. It's the linear, has the physics, both side rails, and all that is good. Now, nine that they are talking about is on the third and fourth line. We have 7 and 10. Okay, we have 7 and 10, which are in between. Both of them have they have advantages. The difference is this, that the 7 is twice as better as this. I mean, this is the challenger class. Okay, this is the challenger class. The FR is very high. This horse is in fantastic shape. So like here, what we have seen is the 6 getting into the second position, and that's the thing here. Okay, with the advantage from gate number 1, it's a benchmark 78. So that's the scene here. But the 7 is a little higher in class. The 7 is a little higher in class. So it's not exactly doing as good as this one, but the class is just double that 7. Okay, the class is just double. And 1 definitely is the highest, but it is not doing well, and I don't know how that will translate, but there's a strong chance that that might also happen, because what generally happens, so like the 4 is one of the highest leverages here. Okay, which means the 4 is a fantastic horse. It's a huge leverage on this, but that horse, talking about that horse is difficult. I don't know where it will get placed and how it will get placed, but there's a leverage, there's a strong chance, there's a class which is there. So things can work, but with the leverage, but I mean, there's no confidence on this. So generally how things work is, you have to have a great form line. The class of the horse should be right, and along with that, pressure model. Okay, so the 8 fits the bill. 8 is very high from every angle. So 8 fits the bill here. And then it is between 10 and 7, which is here. It's a benchmark 78, 2000 meter. Rails will not matter at 2000 meter. The linear should win. But the second position could go dicey. It is either here or here. Because this is a higher class. The 7 is a higher class. The 10 is there. The 5 is lower than no, this is higher, but this is not doing well. Has advantage. And this one is dropping. This one dropping. This 20, 60 by 28, 32, 28. We dropped here. So So the second position could be a little dicey. It's here, then these two also are there. This is a very high class horses. There's a strong leverage on this horse as well, right? This one is not doing great, I understand. Not doing great here. This is still better, and this is a very high class with a very low pressure which is happening. So that's one. Okay, that's one. This is the highest rated, 62. There's a leverage on this horse. Though it is not doing as good as this one, which is not of the same class, but this is doing very well. And then the straight fall is here on 10, which is a challenger class. No matter how good that is doing, the class will definitely talk. So that 1 is in between, that 7 is in between. Okay, that 1 and 7 both are there in between before it goes to anybody else. And we'll just stay away from getting into multiples this time. I think 8 should work. 8 has a window. The class is not the same, but the relaxation is huge. This is good. 67.57 has a window. This is not exactly doing well. Has a low pressure with a higher class. The leverage is higher than 8. All right. So the leverage is higher than 8. This is lower. This is higher, but this is a problematic area. This is also not doing great, but the leverage is higher than 8. All right. And if we see how things are, 67 by 57 leaves a window of 10. This is 60 by 28. So the challenge drops actually. If we look at the highest challenges, it is like this. The challenge drops. So the 9 is the next, which is here 71 on 4th line. But this one is the class, which is 56 by 28 leaves 28, and this is 60 by 28 leaves 32, and it's a very good hand. The leverage is higher than anybody else. So the 8 has the form line, this thing has the class, and the support says that it might not be feeling good, but you cannot underestimate 1. For multiple reasons. It is one of the highest class. This is the highest class. Has a reasonable leverage on this horse. So leverage is basically how the horse is doing persistently and getting promoted or not. The highest leverage is on 4, which is here not doing well. This is still good up here. Low pressure. So 8 is a lower class. This is a higher class, lower pressure. Both of them are 5-year-old geldings. There's no doubt that this is doing well. But the 1 is there. The 1 is there. It is not that the 1 is not there. The 1 is pretty much in the game. How it will react is, I'm just hoping that, because of the form line, it will not be able to deliver. That's one way of looking at it. The second way of looking at it is, this is a very good hand, is a higher class with a lower pressure, with a higher leverage than 8. So 1 definitely possesses a lot of threat here. Since the numbers are here with the form line, it is a lower class. It's a linear. Up till 2000 meters, linears will win. So I am hoping that that happens. Should happen. But before going to somebody else, 1 and 7 are very much there. So how things will work is something that we will figure out, but I kind of the 3 is also dropping by 3, 5. The 6-year-old gilding, so 2000 meter. The 5 is pretty much, I mean, the 1 is there. I don't know how that'll get placed, but hope it doesn't win. 8 has the form line. The odds are right. It's the linear, should win. We'll see how that works, but anything else is, going to anything else could be a little dicey. This is the second one. I'll still keep it conservative, and there are plenty of other options which are there. We'll see how that works. Stretch Longshot, Happy New Year! Appreciate Jock on 1. Yeah, he did a good job. He actually did a good job. Gatekeeper brought in so many friends. Thank you, Gatekeeper, for doing that. Thank you so much. Gatekeeper brought in so many friends. Looks all right, should work. If if nothing goes upside down, then should work. The class is definitely an issue. We are relying on the form line. The window is there. It's a linear. 2000 meter linear should win. It doesn't look bad. But I mean, going to 10 is a possibility. We have those numbers, but we also have these numbers to take care of, so things can go nuts. It's almost 40 degrees in Sydney. You should come to India. That was during the summers. You should come to India. And I'll teach you how to fry eggs without fire. I'll teach you how to fry an egg. Here in India, you can do that. You can simply fry an egg under the sunlight.
Really well this campaign.
Yeah, it has. First thing to win a race, I suppose what's stopping it from doing that is its racing pattern where it does get back. So it's going to give them a start, I'd imagine. Again, not a lot of speed in this race, but hopefully the jock can just get a little bit closer before the turn and it'll take a lot of beating.
Who are you most worried about?
I'm most worried probably about Wolfest, to be honest, and that's
Just
because we saw
7,
in that
8,
previous race,
9, and 10.
Flying Dun able to get its own lead in a soft tempo, was able to kick and win. Looking at this speed map, there's not a lot of speed at all. I think Wolfest is about the only horse that ordinarily settle up on speed. So
7 is
getting a
good.
loose lead, being able to control the race, I think it'll give a nice kick. It's each way
We'll
on
go
$6 or
through
$9 at the moment.
low pressure.
So I think it's got a really good chance. I'm worried about it.
So yes, those things are all there. 7 is there, 1 is there.
Sun Gift 2 was the last winner. I've left out Stylish Secret. who
Those
can
things are all
improve a little
there.
bit, But ultimately, I think Triple
We
Lander
believe
is clearly
the
horse to beat. Got
form
him marked
line, let's
230
see.
favourite. The way,
Maybe
one of
the
our
linear
favourite, I would say
should win.
Wolfest each way as you play.
You got a mark to 230. That's the current price for Trapolander in from $2.
8, Lee, welcome back.
In James's mix there, $6 in.
8 looks good. Should work.
Up at $6, late $5 to $5.50, and Wolfers 8 this morning now $9.50. They are the key players on the tab fixed. Trapolander's been best back. Late with the bookies, Trapolander posted 15 minutes ago 245 and it's into 225. Best backed everywhere, and Sun Gift is best backed to beat it everywhere. James $5 into $4.60. Stays at 2,000 metres today. Sun Gift is the sole last start winner, and she has won third up before.
And it was a good effort last night. It wasn't a strong race, a strong tempo rather. It was a hard enough day to loop them. It sort of got shuffled back to last mid-race, but the sort of pressure, because it was a slow tempo through the race, the pressure sort of went on before the bend. And I reckon it sort of played into her hands. It was a really good ride by Craig Williams. Jamie Mellon takes the ride. I'd say probably Craig found the key to it last start. We'll see what she can do. Obviously, no slouch in the saddle, Jamie Mellon, but just sort of probably short enough. I guess I've got a preconceived thought of the horse. I've backed it plenty of times where it hasn't been able to win. It's just sort of been a back me next time sort of horse. So I've always been a little bit hard to please in terms of the horse.
Another one to be spec, this American Wolf, 14 out to 16, back into $14. Trapalandia, top pick. Well, both his career...
Jocks are misaligned. That is a fact. Jocks are misaligned.
And he's been racing well. The first run at Ballarat was...
But it's a 2,000 meter.
Price, 26 out of 41.
Let's see.
He got narrowly beaten by Sneaky Sunrise.
Jocks are misaligned.
The race went well. Next start, showed no early speed, but was home well behind Touchdown, who...
What did he give you? Almost right.
In this race. It is good form. It does look a good race for a job's 4 kilos, and Ryan Houston's ridden it. Both runs so far this prep.
Here's Adam Orzansky.
Seconds, hoping to go one better.
Jock is an issue on 8. That is fact.
55.
Misalignment is there.
Trapalander moves in. Politely done. This is race 2.
But it's not a lot of pressure that it is carrying. Let's see. Not a lot of conditions.
Signals given, but the starter holds on. Now he sends them on their journey, and Prince Eric and American Wolf both slated again. A notice was first out, and Trapalander and Sungift are pressing on. And then comes Stylish Secret back and forth from Wolf S. And then New York Hurricane, who's just a touch worse than midfield, Prince Eric, American Wolf. And at the tail end is Politely Done in the 3-wide line, but easing. And after 400 metres, it's a notice who leads, and Sungift comes across to keep it company about 3/4 of a length away. They were followed by Trapalander, who's third, Wolf S back on the running rail, and Stylish Secret, New York Hurricane. And then comes Prince Eric, followed by American Wolf, and back last is Politely Done. But heading down the back straight, they got close to 1,200 metres to go, and it's a notice leading and wanting to go a little bit faster than Craig Newitt wants it to, just pulling against the rider. Does it by a half length on
Bring it home, baby.
Like the last race, they moderate the speed, and there's not a lot to be found. A length and a half to Wolf S, Trapalander, New York Hurricane 3-wide the trip, and then Prince Eric back near the running rail, Stylish Secret. Here's Politely Done now, making a move into the race, following the curtails of New York Hurricane, who's whizzing up to join the leaders, and American Wolf's one of the last.
Yeah, they're all 5-year-old. The problem with the 8 is definitely the misalignment on the jock, but the horse is in good form. Let's see.
Sungift in the middle travels well. New York Hurricane out 3-wide. They start to swing, and here's Trapalander now edging into the clear. Comes towards the middle. Wolf S underriding. Stylish Secret. Politely Done comes.
Run, baby. You gotta run if you want to win.
Down the straight they run close to 300 to go, and Sungift found the front from New York Hurricane 2 lengths away. American Wolf, Trapalander's just battling away, trying to hold its position, and then American Wolf down the outside, but it's Sungift over 2 lengths clear with 150 to go from Politely Done, Trapalander and American Wolf. Sungift doing it well. Trapalander's trying to lift in second, but Sungift's going to win it again.
9.
Sungift won it by a length and a half.
9-8.
Trapalander just. Third was closer. It was either American Wolf or Politely Done. And
9-8.
Stylish Secret Wolf.
9-8-7-6.
And the notice dropped out.
They couldn't catch Sungift.
9-8-7-6. Downs.
Across the toes.
9.
When it goes back to back.
A smart ride. Very different sort of speed map to what you've seen from these horses.
9 Dows. Okay, so what happened? The 9 went through. Why the 9 went through? The 9 went through because of the fact that it was still a higher leverage than this, carrying a lower pressure. There was a misalignment on the jock. and here was the right alignment on the jock. So the jock was a misalignment. That's all the thing was. And the 7 got in 987. The 7 is also here. 987 and 6 is this one. 987 and 6. So 2000 meters generally is distance where the linears would win, but the fact remains that how much pressure they are carrying, what is the effect on the horse, and it's 35, this is 11, 5-year-old mare, 5-year-old gelding. I noticed it much later that there is a jock misalignment here. So that thing actually did the job. That thing actually did the job. With a linear, you need one of those orange guys. So this is the jock on the 9 was the best aligned. That's the lowest, okay? So that is the lowest, and that is how jockeys can actually work better. The horse was fantastic here, but a misalignment on the jock was crazy. So we'll go to the next 3. Now we get into that part where things are very dicey. This is, we'll take the odds first. We'll see how things are working with the market. No scratchings. 2, 1, 6, and 8. Two, 1, 6, and 8. So the the odds are right, okay? The odds are right. Why the odds are right and what's going on? So if we look through the DICR, we get these two horses. They are the top two classes. Okay, they're the top two classes which are here, and still 2 has a little better number, though it is a the 1 is a class above. It is going to run neutral from gate number 12. Now that's okay. That's one way of looking at it. That's something which is okay, fair enough. Now this is practically a recipe of a disaster. Why? Because A, they are all same sex, same age. Okay. B, it is going to be on the straight. It is going to be on the straight. So how the straight basically works, the straight doesn't need to have physics. Okay, that's the first thing. The straight doesn't need to have the physics. The second thing is the straight behaves in such a way which is very mysterious at times. And I don't know if anybody has any idea of how the straight works, because I clearly don't. I don't have an idea of how the straight works. Generally, when it is same sex, same age, what we have noticed in this channel is a horse with a higher rating and a lower pressure will win. In that respect, 2 is the right form. Okay, the 2 is the right odd. But the flip side is this, that this is going to be an 1100 meter over the straight, which requires pressure. Without pressure, 1100, 1000 meters, 1200s are difficult to win. Now, if we look through the pressure line, we have 8. That is not happening. We have 4. That is also in a very, very strange state. We have 1, which is the highest class, going to run neutral in a very weird state. Then we have this one, this is good, which is here, but it is not of the same class. It is a lot lower class. So, and then we have these horses where there's almost no pressure on them. All right, starts from 11, where there's no pressure on them. That brings in a lot of volatility in this race. And I mean, this thing has gone wrong, and it has gone wrong so many times that I probably have lost count. Here at Victoria, the same sex, same age. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is it is going to be on the straight. So the straight is mysterious. The recipe is dangerous. I won't get into it. My recommendation is pass. 2 is the right odd, probably. 2 probably is the right odd. But it's an EW, which also means that the horse doesn't have pace. The horse doesn't have pace. What it has is a relaxation over the pressure horses. So the pressure horses will be under pressure, and this one is going to be relaxed because it is not under pressure. But the form line is not great. The pressure is definitely lower, high rated. The form line is not great. It's 1100 meter. You require some pressure somewhere. There are plenty of horses through the DICR. There's huge, and they're all 3-year-old fillies. So how this will basically end up is a mystery. I don't know. I have no answer for this mystery, and things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in multiple levels. Generally here at Flemington, the odds are right. Even then, it becomes a little dicier proposition because is the highest. Will run neutral, but a lower class. Then it is this one, which is rightly identified here. This one is 42 by 42, will run parallel. This is 12, the challenger class, but a low pressure with a very high FR. So yeah, things can go wrong, and things can go wrong. I'm just going to skip this one. This doesn't. It's not something that I would recommend to get into. This is something is probably best for a watch. If you like anything, please let me know. I'll take a look at it again. But you can see how things are. I mean, the 2 is not in the right frame. It's got some numbers here. That is the highest class, but will run pressure with a parallel. Gate number doesn't matter because it is going to be on the straight. So the gate number doesn't matter. This one has a jock, which is okay. But it's 1100 meter. How the distribution of the pressure is going to be on a same sex, same age is very difficult to identify. We'll skip this one. That was brilliant. And that's I mean, that is something which is there. I mean, I get very nervous, Dow's. The thing is, whenever it is in Victoria, because this thing has been very prominent. I mean, we know that a low pressure will work, but along with the low pressure, there are quite a few things which is required at the same time. You need a form line, you need a jock, you need a class, and the other side is this is 1100 meter on the straight. So this is a Problem Pro Max Ultra. This is a Problem Pro Max Ultra. This is not just a problem. It's a Problem Pro Max Ultra. The first problem is here, which is the same sex, same age. The second problem is it's 1100 meter on the straight at Flemington. And then we have mixed form lines. We have a lot of things going on. The odds are right. I mean, generally, yeah, if that's the scene, a low pressure should win. But the form line also has to be there, which is not there. On top of that, 1100 meter will require pressure. So things are not, the pressure lines are running neutral. This one is running neutral. This one is running neutral. So things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. This 8 probably is not happening. That's too much. 4 not happening. I don't know. Probably not happening. Not great in any side of the story. There's a huge leverage on this. 71, 50, 46, 58, 38. Not doing good. 6 is 46, 57, 5.5 doing okay. But there's a jockey misalignment here. So God knows how this will end up. Gatekeeper 1. 1 is to have, it's a good one. It's the highest in class, will run neutral. The problem is the same. Here is a jockey misalignment. The form line is not right. Will run parallel. So yeah, chances are everywhere, and things are. I mean, the thing is, I get very nervous when it is same sex, same age. I get very nervous. I don't know what to do. I seriously don't know where to look at, what to do. Do you look at the class? Do you look at the pressure? Do you look at the jock? That's one side of the story. And now we are at Flemington on the straight. That has a different chemistry altogether. If that wins, that wins. I mean, the favorite. Does I'm just going to have a couple of dollars on 3 and 5 each way. 3 and 5. 3 and 5. All are possible. All are possible. All are possible. Stretch long shot. I've been trying to do that for last 2 years. So we have the body weights here. It is not in kilograms. So when you look at BB usually defines the body weight, which this is the heaviest. The lower is the heaviest. Then you have the lighter horses, which are going down. There's a fluctuation. I'm not saying this is correct to every kilogram, but this gives us a little bit of an idea of how heavy the horse is. And that's more or less how things are. So, but yes, that's one thing that I've been trying to get for the last 2 years. I haven't been able to get it. They don't publish the horses' weights in Australia. Hong Kong is transparent, you're right, but at the same time, Hong Kong is also very complex, very much complex, because Hong Kong has 4 different tracks. In one track, it might look like they just have one track. They have 4 different tracks, and then they have sub tracks of those tracks. They have a all-weather track. So Hong Kong, they publish all the body weights and everything that is required, but at the same time, it is not less complex. It is also very complex. They will, I mean, the thing about horse racing, what I have seen is this, that the house is going to make subtle changes, and those subtle changes are enough to make a huge destruction. I mean, the gate number, the track, which track from which gate. Hong Kong is complex. It's not easy. But yes, Hong Kong, they do publish all the body weights. You're right about that. We used to race Hong Kong at one point of time, every Sunday. Why don't you race Hong Kong anymore? We tried. They don't like us. They give us a copyright strike, and we had to stop. We were doing Hong Kong almost every Sunday up till last year, till the time we got a copyright strike from them, and then we had to stop racing Hong Kong. Because at the end of the day, if we are not getting the feed, I can't race myself. It's no fun. We have to get the feed. And if I use the feed of Hong Kong, they will give us a copyright strike. They did that. And Hong Kong becomes more complex because you don't get a body language from the horses. They put some kind of a stabilizer in form of a medicine on the horses. That's what I've heard. And that's why when you look at the paddock at Hong Kong, you don't get a body language from any of the horses. They all look like zombies. Like here in Australia, you get a body language from all the horses. You know which one is doing what. In Hong Kong, there's no tailing. All of them are dozing. So, Hong Kong is a different ball game.
Jockey Celebration Sprint down the straight at 1100 is for 3-year-old fillies. And Military Tycoon is you're on top of here, James. She's very smart, resumes off a 9-month break and a jump out win.
Yeah, it was a good jump out, led them up and was solid. Its first run last prep was at Flemington down the straight. It was super impressive. I suppose what I will say is I was banking on about a 20 kilometre an hour westerly. At present, it's more like 40. So that is going to make it harder for the on paces. And I feel like a written tycoon, or military tycoon rather, will probably settle in that.
Yeah, this is getting tailed.
Closer to the fence. So I'm a little bit worried about the headwind they're going to face.
2 is getting tailed.
It's hard to lead, but certainly got a good chance. There's probably 4 that I could entertain. Jenny the Ninja I thought was really impressive last start winning its maiden. It's the one from the map that I think will get the right run. It'll be midfield, it'll have horses around it, shelter from the wind. So it's got a really strong chance. I thought Isha's got good ability, but if it leads into that breeze with 60 first up, it might be tough. I wouldn't surprise me if they try and get some cover with her, if that eventuates its chance. I thought Conscience, who's got ability, I reckon the stable got a good rap about it. It was slightly disappointing its last run, last prep, but first up this time round, see what it can do. But it's a good little race.
And this is the start of an early quaddie. Let's have a look at what's happening very late with the bookies. 380 out to 420 for Military Tycoon. Escher number 1, 420 to $4.40. And in your mix, Jenny the Ninja has been best back to roll both 7 into $5.50. And Jenny's one of 5 last start winners in the field of 12.
Yeah, it's a really good race, but she'll be my best result. Conscience, the other one that I've had something on, but I just feel like with that wind being a bit stronger than predicted, certainly the forecast suggests that it might be hard for these horses up on speed. And as from a map perspective, I think Isha, even though they might try for cover, she might just want to overdo it a little bit. And Military Tycoon may also face the breeze.
Something
closer
fishy
to the
with
inside.
8.
So this should tell us more. This is the first straight race of the day. If you see the on stick on here, it's a good sign. But if they're all swooping, maybe these later races, Hedged and Co, we can take something out of this race.
Conscience Late with the bookies is 650 and solid. She's my ex. 8 out to 9 back to 850. Rosangela is 9, 10 back to 950. A little nibble for Audio Pop Cam. Jackson Randley and the McAvoys 18 out to 20 into $17. And Audio Pop Cam has been showing talent through a 4-start career, James.
Yeah, I'd be surprised, to be honest. I'd be surprised if she can win this. She was able to win a Wangaratta 56 last start when the blinkers went on. It does drop 7.5 kilos, but I didn't think that maiden rated well enough for her to be able to come out with any kind of weight drop and beat a field like this. So she can win without me. I'll stick with the 8 and 6 as my better results. A bit of support as well for the 2. It's got that chance, as I said, just a little bit worried about the pattern with this wind kicking up.
Set trackside for the 3rd to start an early quaddie with Adam.
Well, in Sydney, some good races after scoring here first up over 1,000 last prep. Tisworthy's been in a bit of a mood. Logan Bates about to climb on board in the stalls. Nostrabella getting set. And not too many left. Jenny the Ninja for Gavin Betchcourt and Bo Mertens.
Chelsea. Yeah.
1 for 1. Wicked mostly to win it back in him over the 1,000. It is Escher, who's drifted out to $4.80 for her return from a break. Lachlan Neindorf in the saddle. The jockey celebration spread 1,100 metres. 3-year-old fillies. They're in and they're set to go. Some yells. A couple of the jockeys to just hold on. Now we're ready and they're off. Escher jumped okay from out wide. And Military Tycoon also, and making a beeline towards the middle of the track. She's My Ex also began well with Military Tycoon, and they show the way, 1.5 lengths on Nostrabella. And then towards the inside section is Tisworthy, Rosangela in the white cap, Jenny the Ninja. And then comes Breakfast, followed by Pacific Glamour. Seven Oceans getting back, and so is Audio Pop Cam. Ash is close to 3rd or 4th last, coming down the outside part of that bunch, and Conscience is near last. They link up to the course proper, close to 500 metres to go, and She's My Ex kept together. Military Tycoon's ahead away from Rosangela, and then comes towards the inside Tisworthy, trying to make a bet. Jenny the Ninja's just held up in behind. Ash is now being called upon. Pacific Glamour, Seven Oceans towards the inside. They're making their runs across the track, and here is Military Tycoon unleashed, and Jenny the Ninja coming after it. Jenny the Ninja quickly pounced though. Jenny the Ninja sprinted away from Military Tycoon. Jenny the Ninja 1 3/4 on Military Tycoon.
Dows, you're on fire today.
He's My Ex and Pacific Glamour, Rosangela, all Pop Cam, Seven Oceans. Now, she didn't finish off. She's finished down the back. Breakfast in behind. And then the last
8,
couple,
2,
Nostrabella, and
6,
also Tisworthy.
4.
So it's 8, 2, 6, and looks like 4 will grip on to run 4th. She's My Ex as Jenny the Ninja, a $60,000 filly by Shalar, makes it 2 starts for 2 impressive wins. James?
8, 2, 6, 4. 8. The linear went through. Pressure. 2. 6. 4. Yeah, so this is where it gets tricky. What happened here is this, that generally when it is same sex, same age. Now, what is the difference? Okay, what is the difference between 8 and 2? So if we look through this, then 8 is here. So from the top, if we look at this, that they had the right numbers, but they were also a class less. So up till here, it is like that. Then the 3 was a class above, which did not work. The 8 was not doing well, but it was doing definitely well than the 2. And that thing worked here. Okay. That thing worked. The leverage on this horse is 122. That's the highest. It's a good horse, which is like that. 122 on this. This is the highest leverage point, and just went through. So the point that what I'm trying to say is this, that I did not have confidence on these horses that they will work. I did not have confidence. That's the first thing that I did not have. The second thing that I was worried about the fact is this, that let's say they are same sex, same age. We know that. But it is an 1100 meter. The pressure on the straight will be required. That's the highest pressure point. But that's also the highest struggle point. Now, how this is working, we will be able to figure it out once we have had these races here at Flemington. We will recalibrate them and we will see. But I did not have any confidence on them, but 8 was still higher than 2. It is a lower class, but that's how things are. And let's see. We'll go to the next. Dows. 2 out of 10. Dows is on fire today. We go to the next. Ten has been scratched. We don't have 10. 2, 3, 4, 7. So this is 1800 meter. I think it's a trifactor. This thing probably is a trifactor. They've got it right. I think it is a try. So the 2 is the favorite, which is it's again same sex, same age, and this time they are going to be on 1800 meter. It is not the straight. So here generally when it is the same sex, same age, then the low pressures generally work. And what will also work is the form line and the class. So 2, the highest class is 1, but it is like that, not doing well. Okay, then comes 2, which is good. Then 3. Oh, it is okay. The lines are okay. 56, 59, 57, 59. This becomes like that. It is a lower class, and 2, 3, 4. Then it is 57, 57. This is a lower class, 15, 2. So ideally, yeah, I think that's more or less a trifactor. I think this is like that. 2, 3, 4. The odds are right. The odds are right. Now, about 7 is a drop-in class here, which is like that. This one and this one are on the same class, okay? And this is a good number. So I think so what is not right with this one is there's a higher class. So 5, 2, 3, 8. They usually fail from there. I don't know why they fail from there. So that's one of the concerns which is there. Whenever the largest drift is up here, they fail. And only God knows why they fail. So that's right. 3 is right. 4 is right. This is not in a shape. Then these 2 are there. Then it is here 5, 4, 21, 59. 5, 50, 50 on the 4th line, 56 on the 3rd line. I don't know if we'll go. I mean, 7 and 8 are of the same class. 7 and 8, they're of the same class, okay? The difference is this, that the numbers are better on 8. The thing with 6 is a very uncomfortable scene because they kind of fail from there. I don't know. I have not been able to figure it out why they fail. At times they win from there, at times they fail. So if it gets here, which is definitely a class, the next class, all right, here it is, the 5 that I'm talking about. 1 is definitely the highest class, not doing anything. 2, 3, 4, and then it is 5, okay, through the class. Has the advantage, but this number on 8 is better. It is not of the same class. If we look at 7 and 8, then the 7 looks like that. They're of the same class. 8 looks better. 6, I doubt. I don't know what will happen to 6. 9 is the challenger class, which is also doing better, but the numbers are still better on 8. So here, these 2 class horses, the 5 is definitely the class, but not doing great. This 6 is the largest drift, maybe, but The 8 definitely has good numbers. So that's probably the 4th. I'm not even considering that on top 3. That's probably the 4th. But the odds, I think this is right. What they have. What they have is right. So 2 is the first, then 3, then 4. They have got it right. There is nothing wrong with it. And it should work exactly like this. It should work exactly like this. Now what can go wrong? Now what can go wrong? Twenty, 21, 22, 21. There is a leverage on this one also, which is that. The form line is not good. So yeah, I think it is 2, 3, 4. They have it. I think it is going to end up like that. 2, 3, 4. 2 looks good. 2 looks good. A 20 at a leverage point, no pressure, 1800 meter. This one is not working. This is a drop of class. Also not of the class. This is good. This is good. Should work. Let's see how that works. I didn't have anything on 8. Just saw it was being heavily traded on Betfair compared to the other horses. Yeah, so you know, the thing is, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. We need to get the right tracks to get those things done, and we still don't know how to assume this, and at what level we can assume this to be safe. So but the entire recipe is whenever it is same sex, same age, like here also, it becomes very volatile. But generally speaking, here it was more volatile because it was on the straight. It was an 1100 meter. My concern and why I did not find confidence on this is this, that the odds were right on this, okay? But 1100 meter will require pressure. And when I'm looking at the pressure, that confidence is not there. The challenger class, it is like that. It's a question of a chance. It happened, that's good, but that's something is beyond my confidence level. I cannot go with those kind of situations. So that's the first part of the story. The second part was this, that it was on the straight. The straight is a mystery. At Flemington, the straight is a mystery. Nobody has a clue how the straight works. At times, it will go with the low pressure. What circumstances are those when it will go with the low pressure? At times, it'll require the high pressure. Plus, it is same sex, same age. So from every corner, this thing was a recipe that I did not find very comfortable to digest. Here, it is an 1800 meter. 1800 meter, the class should work. Okay. So they have the class through the DICR. It is the class. When we look at the leverage, they are also on parallel lines. The jockeys are calibrated. should work. This is a low pressure, same sex, same age. It's a low pressure. The lowest one is here, which is 5, which is a class above also, but it is not in the form line. The highest rating is the same thing, which is not in the form line, the highest class. Also, the jock has never raced here, which is not a problem when it is an 1800 meter, because the jock will get plenty of opportunity to, do the right thing. It's an 1800 meter, but still the jock has never raced here on 1. So that's something that can easily be negotiated with the form line. The jock never raced here. That can be negotiated. The 5 has the highest advantage, but the form line is not great. It's on the 4th line. So here it is okay, 59. It drops. The question is between 2 and 4, basically. Unless the 6 does something drastically different. They usually fail from there. Whenever we try to figure out what's going on with the so the body weight and the length when we are covering, so that's the BL. All right, so it is basically how the body weight is reacting with the length of the track and from which gate. So when that's the best, when they have all the arrangements rightly done, this particular type of horse, which is the largest outer drift, they kind of fail from here. So they fail, and I don't know why they fail, but they generally do from here. So there's no confidence. Plus, this is a lot lower class. Then it is definitely 2, which is good. It is EW anyway, carrying one of the lowest pressures here. The lowest is here. How is that happening? Basically is something I don't know, but that's the EW. Generally, that is the one which is carrying the lowest pressure. So that's 2, and then we have this one. So everything looks good, it's 2, 3, 4 is a lower class from gate number 8, should work. And then if it drops between these 2 horses, unless one makes a drastic change between these 2 horses, I think 8 has better numbers. But that's a different class altogether. This one is a class above, has more advantage, but I don't think it is going to work today. 8 has a lot better form line. A very heavyweight horse. This horse is a very heavyweight horse. $12. Wow. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. All right, I'm back. Casbay, welcome to the gang, Casbay. Stretch long shot like this, 7 and the 9, or 4 to 8. 7 and the 9. The 7 is a drop in class, okay? The 7 is a drop in class. They are the same class, 8 and 7, and this is a drop in class. So you have a point in there. So if they are two of the same class and this is a drop in class, that means it's a higher rated horse. Okay, so you have a point there. Well, the 7 and the 9. The 9 definitely has good numbers, but it's a challenger. So how those things are very difficult to assume. Maybe 4, then after that 9. Here it is. Still the 8 is there to talk to 9. Still the 8 is there to talk to 9. And Dow's gatekeeper is talking about 4 to 8. 4 to 8. Yeah, that is also possible because the hand is better. This is a better jock calibration. But somewhere the class will talk, and I hope that does talk and that do, happen, and it translates into a trifecta. I think that should happen. Your point is the jock calibration, which is good on 4. That is there. The leverage is also higher, but it is going to come from a wider gate. Has the physics on 1800 meter. All of them, all 3 of them has the physics. Even 8 has the physics. Okay. This side is the physics. When that's missing, then that becomes a problem. At times, situations like this happens when we do not have, there's a data loss here. So those things are dicey. But yeah, the points are accepted, they are there, but ideally it should be here. That is how it should work. 1, 2, 3. That's how it should work. Number 3 is the best mover in the market. Number 3. Yes, because of that, and it is ideally it should come second. Ideally it should come second. See, the class is there. Okay, the class is there. The class definitely is there. The resume on 2 is very strong. It has gone through a group 1 race and it has actually got placed on a group 1 race, so that's there. The advantage is very strong on this 2. almost nothing apart from this. This is there, but I don't know how that thing is going to react and what exactly is happening here. So if it's the form line is not great, so we'll not talk about it, but it's a class, not exactly of this class, but definitely higher than these two, the 8 and the 7. 2 is good. 57, 57. See, should work. You're welcome. Thank you, Caspe, for being here.
The 8 grader just over the 1800 metres. There they are milling around behind the start point. Let's get to James Jordan. You're with the Wellback Seafall here, James. Put the writing on the wall. Second run new stable last time out at Caulfield.
Yeah, it was good. It was probably, to be fair, when its first run was plain. I wouldn't even say it was a pass mark. It was pretty basic, but its next run was much better. And just think natural progression, the extra furlong, drops a couple of kilos. I think it finds a winnable race. It's going to be an interesting race to watch. The three that are in the market, or three that I like most that are in the market, Suntora, Seafall and Miss Play Lounge, they're all going to settle back half of the field. So it's going to take, I guess, the best tactical ride, maybe the horse that gets the most luck to figure in the finish. But certainly I think Seafall is here to win this race.
And she's the clear-cut market mover. Tab 5 this morning into $3.40. Really popular. Seafall. Suntora is $3.40 into $4.40. Just a little nibble. I Only Wish $6.50 into $5.50. I Only Wish for Luke Curry had no luck last time out, stuck in traffic. Was shaping up well to starts prior there, Judge.
It's funny. I often find these horses that are sort of held up a little bit. So I Only Wish is 2 from 19. It was definitely held up. You look at the race in isolation, you'd say it's a black hooker, be on it next start, no luck. I'm not convinced if the runs had come that it would have smashed the line. So I've sort of half taken a set against it. I've got to mark $8. I don't want to play at $5.50, so I've left it out. But I certainly think Seafall will run well. Suntora's got a great chance. Miss Play Lounge, it's been easy by the looks of things, but no, it was a good winner last start. And as I said, the three of them will all settle back. I reckon if I had to guess, Miss Play Lounge probably gets to the outside from gate 8, whereas Suntora and Seafall from gates 1 and 2, they might have to take their medicine and try and poke through. So if you want it's a risk-free, you're probably looking more at Miss Play Lounge. But I reckon if Seafall can get a split, it'll be coming late.
Play with the bookies. Seafall, the move there as well. $4.20 into $3.30. Suntora $3.60 to $4.40 back into $4.20. I only wish $6.50 into $5.50. After one at slightly longer odds, XPT, the toppy, is $12.13 back to $12, and Hurry Curry for Dan O'Brien is number 5. 14 out to 16 into 14 back to $15. Seafall, there's a really good third up profile here, James. Won 2 of 3 third up in the past.
And I reckon when you get to a new camp, like it's obviously found itself at Lindsay Park, they probably take a run or two to get used to the horse, I suppose. If they had it for 3 or 4 preps or 4 or 5 preps before that, you could probably say that's not the case. But I reckon you get a new horse, you might give it a run or two just to see what it's all about, how it settles in, what it likes. Mares can be a bit temperamental, so we'll see what happens with the third up. But with a bit of luck, it'll run well. There's not a heap of speed in the race. The first 2 circle races we've seen on-speed horses dominate. XPT and Tarview, probably the 2 that settle up on speed. So if you're looking for something for your exotics, maybe XPT and Tarview, the 1 and the 8 might settle up on the speed.
Let's get to Adam Orzansky at Flemington.
For barnstorming win at that same venue. Here's XPT being loaded. So XPT set. About to move in, Bond Fits. Harry Curry being loaded in a real line. So we're getting close. Off the track trophy. And only the last 2 to get set. The off the track trophy over 1,800 metres. Lights switched on. Here's Real Alliance and Bond Fits. The 2 outsiders of the field, both longer than $20. Real Alliance moves in. Bonfet will be the last. Suntora has the inside gates. Seafall well supported, continues to firm. It's been one-way traffic the last 24 hours for it.
Yeah, it's still on what, 7.
They're now away, and Seafall jumped well with Suntora, and XPT's being ridden with vigour. Only Wish is closer today, also vying for an on-pace roll, and out deeper on the track is Tavu, and Hurry Curry won't be far away as both Seafall and Suntora now take trails in midfield. But heading towards the top quarter, close to 1,400 to go. It's XPT and Tavu, the outside, going to join it. And they're 2 lengths now on I Only Wish, 2.5 lengths to Hurry Curry. Followed by Seafall midfield outside of Suntora, so 2 of the favourites side by side, and Miss Playland just 2 lengths off them. And then Real Alliance and last is Bonfet. They're being strung out as they head down the side where XPT leads. XPT, the mare from Mansfield, by 3/4. In second, Tavu, they try and moderate the speed up front. 2 lengths to I Only Wish in third. Hurry Curry is 4th. Then comes Suntora following the fence, followed by Seafall. Real Alliance back on the running round is Playland second last. A length and a half to Bonfet via the 800 metres. Up to the quarter, XPT and Tavu for company. They've now got 3.5 lengths on the rest of the field. I Only Wish is third. And then comes Hurry Curry. Suntora being patiently ridden, waiting for an opportunity. Back on the fence, Seafall next, about to swing to the middle. Real Alliance, Miss Playland second last, and Bonfet 2 lengths away. Here's Tavu quickly taking over. 400 to go, entered the straight and went to XPT, 3.5 lengths. Now to Hurry Curry, starting to run on with I Only Wish. Suntora, Seafall's not doing much. Miss Playland's a mile back. Tavu leads, 200 to go. Tavu 2 lengths. I Only Wish slowly into the margin, and then Suntora picking up as well. Tavu 1 length. I Only Wish trying, but Tavu's got plenty of punches, and
8.
goes on to win. Tavu 1 length.
8-7-2.
Suntora third from Hurry Curry, Real Alliance, Bonfet, Miss Playland's didn't run on, XPT weakened, and C4 disappointments clocked in last.
Behind Tarview, paying double-figure odds under Luke Cartwright across all of the totes. Striking winning form, 4th run back, the 5-year-old Tarzino mare, James.
8-7-2-5.
The circle races we've seen on-pace horses win.
8-7-2-5. That was a bad one.
Leader in the back markets. I mean, my on top sleeps and Seafall was really disappointing. This Play Lounge didn't do a lot. Suntora was probably fit the fence and saved a bit of ground, but
So what happened? That 8 got through. The form line. 8. Then 7. then 2. The body weight is huge on this horse, okay? That is that is the thing. But I did not anticipate that it is going to go 4-5 classes above and beat the 2 and knock the thing out of 2. I did not anticipate that. I thought it'll come maybe 4th through this, but no. That nailed it. So these 2 sections are the form lines, all right? These 3 sections, actually, these are the form lines, all right? So this are good. This is the support line. Definitely when it drops here, then it's a concern, but that needs to be checked with the class as well. So these 3 sections are the form lines which are there, and it's a clear marker here. That 5 also got through. Go to the next. Five. 3 has been scratched. 12, 4, 5, and 10. So what's happening is that 12 is the favorite. Okay. Now the 12 is challenger. The 12 is challenging. It's like the first up, as they say, right? So 12 is challenging. It is the challenger class. The highest rated, if we go through the DICR, that's 1, which is a 6-year-old gelding. Then 2, which is a 9-year-old gelding. They're not doing great. Then it is 4, then it is 5. It's a benchmark 70, 1600 meter. That's a very wide gate. Then comes 5, which is here. That's how it looks. Okay. Then it goes to 6, which is gate number 10, and that's how this thing looks like. So That 7 is there in between, probably. So, what are we dealing with here? Okay, it's a benchmark 70, which is definitely an issue for wider gates on a 1600 meter. So the 1600 meter is going to be this distance, okay, from here till here. Now there are two bends here and here, and what happens on a 1600 meter is a Flemington or any track, benchmark 70 wider gates are an issue. Why that becomes an issue? Because generally what is required is when you are from a wider gate, all right, you're going to cover more distance than the inner gate, and the distance, which is 1600 meter, is the rail distance. All right, the rail is 1600 meter. The closest is gate number 1, then gate number 2, gate number 3, 4. Now, in order to cover a smaller distance, the idea is to get to the rails. That's why they try to get to the rails. Why? They want to cover a smaller distance. Because from gate number 12, if it runs and if it doesn't get to the rails, what will happen is it will cover about 18% more, approximately 3%, 4% that you leave it for the gap between the rails and the first, and then if you calculate it becomes approximately 15%, 16% on anything that is beyond gate number 10. So anything from gate number beyond gate number 10, that becomes a problem. And what they will try to do is they will try to get to the rails to cover a small distance. But in order to come to the rails, what they need to do is rave the horse. They will have to rave it. So they're going to act what they need to be acting here. They will be acting from the gates. They will rave the horse to get to the rails and try to cover a smaller distance. But when that happens, when you are trying to cover a smaller distance and trying to get to the rails by raving the horse, the age of the horse will talk. It will go out of gas. So that's the problem. Now, the 12, which is the favorite, okay, it is the challenger class. I'm not saying it is not going to get in. It will get in. But there are class horses which are there from inner gates, like the 5, which is here. Okay, that's a green line. It's doing very well. Then probably it is here. All right, 49, 53, 60, 48, 56, and it drops here 41 because it is a challenger. It's on the 4th line. Now, how generally a 1600 meter place is a pressure will get in, then an advantage will get into a place with the right form line, and then again it'll climb up to a pressure. Now, there are quite a few things which are tricky in this particular form. What are the tricky points? The 12, which is the favorite, the form line is okay, but it is a challenger. That's the first thing. The 5 that I like is good, but the pressure on this horse is a little dicey. It's 33. For a 4 figure up till 1500 meter, this should have dropped to anywhere about 20%. It is more than 13. It is more than 33% here, which makes it a volatile horse. So if you look at the horse on RaceNet, you will see why it is volatile, because it has never won a race, and then it got to third position, second, fourth, eighth. It got scratched, probably did not get into the top 10 position, then fourth, fifth, and again fourth. So that's why it is like that. So it's basically when we look at the pressure, we basically calculate this with the races that it has done in the past. Then the leverage is also there. So the leverage is basically how the horse has been promoted. Now, those things are very dicey to take a call on. A very high leverage, which means the horse is fantastic, doing pretty well, and it has been promoted. On the other hand, it is a volatile horse, right? On the other hand, it is a volatile horse. Do we have a window? Yes, we do have a window. Do we have a jock? Yes, we do have a jock. Do we have a body weight? Yes, we do have a body weight on this horse. So everything is good. The leverage is good. The jockey is good. The class is good. The gait is good. The performance probably is good. What is the problem is this, that it is a 30% on leverage, which is the highest leverage point on this horse, plus it is 33 here, which should not be the case here. All right. Anything that crosses 1500 should drop to, about 15 to 20% here. If it is more than 2000, it should drop to, like in this case, you see that 2200, it drops to 0, right? 2600 drops to -9. So this is 1600 should have been about approximately about 15% here, 15 to 20% here, which is not the case. So that is the problem with this horse. The 12 is a challenger, which is going to face the class, Is it good? It is good. The form line is also good. It is after this. Now, where things can go wrong? Things can go wrong if the 5 defaults, where there's a huge chance the 5 will default because of the misalignment, unless the jockey does a fabulous job on the 5. It's a jockey decision how the jockey is going to make this thing go. It's the highest leverage point. Jock is there. Everything looks neat. The form line is also good. But that's the problem. The 12 is going to be challenging this. Anything above it is going to be challenging. The problem is this, that as a linear, it doesn't have the pressure. Does it have a body weight? Yes, it does have a body weight, which is good, which is good. The 12 is here, right after this. But the problem is that with that body weight, it is from gate number 6, which is a challenger horse. It's a 4-year-old mare, but then we have the 4-year-old gelding here. We have a lot of other 4-year-olds which are here. This is gate number 11, not happening. But in between, through the DICR, if we look, so 1 is in a bad shape, 2 is a 9-year-old gelding, 4 is from gate number 12, 5 is something I like, but it is kind of in a dicey position, 6 is from gate number 10, 7 comes from gate number 5 with an advantage, and also the class is there. Doing okay, right? So that 7 is a check. Now, whether this horse is going to be able to deliver is an assumption. And why this is an assumption? Because there is a lot of thing against it. It is a challenger. It doesn't have the leverage. All right, it doesn't have the leverage, which is a red flag. So there are multiple stages how the horses are included in a race. The first thing is you send an application, then there is an acceptance. So the acceptance is basically based on the horse's class, caliber, what it has been doing. And the other acceptance is because someone is paying a fee. So I do not have the confidence when the leverage is missing and it is a challenger class and it is in this particular race. So this ideally should not have been qualified to be in this race. But it is here today. The form line is good. And the risk is there. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 horses above this class. It is the lowest. Beating 10 horses without a leverage, without a jock, is a dicey proposition. Does it have physics, mathematics? Yes, all those are there. It has the right gait. It has the physics. All those things are there, but I'm not sure whether it will work. I am not sure whether it will work. I am also not sure if 5 will work. 5 has the leverage. It is one of the class horses. Where it gets dicey is this particular section where it should have dropped the pressure here, but it did not drop the pressure. It is on pressure. 1600 meter. It also has the physics, has the jock, has the class, everything is good. But I will still stay away from this. Not the right recipe. I mean, you can't force something in. The 12 looks dicey. It's a question of a chance. It is the challenger class. It is going to be challenging everybody up here. Whether or not it will win is either a gut feel. Either you're feeling good about it. Okay, no, this is going to win. So that's one way of thinking about it. The other way is you have to have solid grounds to believe whether it'll do or not. I don't have the solid background on this. I don't know what it'll do. If it wins, it wins. But for me, it's a pass. The 5 I like. I kind of concerned about this factor that it's on a 30% leverage, which is the highest leverage point. And but this makes me think twice because this should have dropped to 15 to 20%, which is not the fact. It is a 33%, which makes it a very volatile horse. And that 7 is somewhere in between. And that 7 is somewhere in between. So how things will work is, I don't know how things will work and where it will get knocked out. How things will get knocked out, I don't know. And I don't want to take those chances. Chaos! Boom! Where? Mure. Flemington race 5, 6. 6 is a gate number 10. It's a drift, it doesn't need the physics. It's good. But the form line is like that. No, this thing is I don't know this. Things are not in the right shape. Things are not in the right shape. Gatekeeper had 8 to show. I'll add gatekeeper. I did not anticipate that, you know, it'll knock out the rest of the horses. I had a feeling it'll get in definitely above the 7, but beating all of them above is something that I did not anticipate. But that happened.
goes to Sky Racing 2, race number 1 of 5. We push on here on Sky Racing 1 to the 5th event at Flemington. National Jockeys Trust Trophy of the Mile. James, it's a benchmark 70 and Otago. Was excellent last time out off a wide run in tougher grade. Just having a little glitch with our connection to James at the moment. James's numbers in full, 4, 5, 9 and 12. Obviously, we'll try to get that rectified.
James is a
He
little
was excellent last time out. Was at Otago, ran 5th in a benchmark.
shaken up.
At the Crampton
James
1600 metres.
went wrong
today and staying at the same
on almost all the races.
It's only had the 9
So did I,
2 wins and 2
apart from the
placings.
first one.
Rises 2 kilos for the drop back in grade today. Looks close to a drought-breaking win. Hasn't won since winning at Flemington in January of 2024, 727 days ago. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies, and we're 3 minutes away from start time here. Water Sports the favourite, $3.80 into $3.40. Extreme Virtue is $4.40 into $3.70 at the best back to beat it. Otago is just a bit soft everywhere, $4.80 out to $6.50 is James's top pick. His finest hour number 11 is $10 into $9.50. Midnight Storm is also $10 into $9.50. Water Sports is the favourite. Horse number 12. She's come back well this campaign. Hit the line well to win last time out at Cranbourne at the 1500 metres. Lines up here as the sole last start winner. 4-year-old mare with a really consistent record of 2 wins, 7 placings through 13 career starts. Same grade as the last start win, just rises 3 kilos into today's assignment. Best back to beat at Extreme Virtue. Lightly raced 5-year-old mare with a pretty good record. 5 wins, 3 placings through 14 career starts. And he's going better than her form suggests of late, just behind the placings, behind Miss Play Lounge last time out, striking some traffic. And that followed a 5th with a slow recovery excuse at Ballarat, the start prior. We've re-established connection with James, and you're with Otago. As I touched on, looks close to a drought-breaking win.
Yeah, I think it just needs to dry. If you eliminate its wet track performance, it hasn't really run a bad one. I thought the last start was good back on top of the ground. It had quite a big gap between runs there, trying to avoid those wet tracks, so it should be a bit fitter. The query I've got is from 11, what does the jockey do? I hope he just pushes forward and tries to settle outside leader. If he goes back, just seeing that pattern that we've seen so far around the circle, it might be hard to make ground, but he's a good result for me, as is the 5 Extreme Virtue. They're my 2 winners. She'll roll forward for sure. Jackson Valley takes the claim. Doesn't have to lead, but we'll settle in the first probably 3 runners. I think it's got a great chance. I'm praying for one of those 2. Outside of that, I thought the 9 Midnight Storm was a really interesting runner. First go Kieran Maher. Wouldn't have to be a superstar to win, and obviously the 12 Water Sports going well, but 4 and 5 primarily for me.
Just a reminder about the Saturday special.
Yeah, the 5 is good, but the 5 is also dicey.
Races 1 through 6.
4 is Whitegate, I think. How is gate number 12? How will that work? I don't know.
$3.40 now, and Extreme Virtue $4.40 into $3.70. They're the 2 best back. You're on top, just a bit soft, James, at the $6.50 or $4.80.
Yeah, no, definitely out of the 2 I've already backed, the 4 and the 5. Extreme Virtue is the one the market's pushing you towards. So if you had an inkling towards Extreme Virtue, I definitely wouldn't talk you out of backing her. I thought Water Sports is solid, as you said, but I just sort of thought it had every possible chance last night from that gate, and it didn't. And it won well, but I don't think it can go any better than that. Maybe it doesn't have to. We'll find out shortly.
Let's get to Flemington for the 5th.
Smoke it on 10.
First onto the scene with a good win at Cranbourne. Otago had to step up. 3 wide at Cranbourne, hit the front. Overhauled at the end, but a tough performance. She's seen it. Marked as one of the leading chances, but that support has eased the last 15 minutes. $4.80 out to $6.50. Water Sports. She's in the right position to strike at Cranbourne. Nice looking win by the mare. She's $3.40. Just in front of Extreme Virtue, $3.60. Race 5. A lot of commotion in the gates. One of them's lunging. And one of them's up. Roman's Luck. Barrier 2. Now settles. Started holding them. Roman's Luck up again.
Oops.
Typhoon Harmony in the adjacent stall.
Now there's going to be a delay, I think.
Shy away from that scene, and now the rider of Romans like O'Murdens is off the back of his horse. Anticipating that if he took a seat, Romans like could do it again. So they're going to back Romans like out of the barriers. $151 chance. Romans like to make its return to racing today. Flight broadcast. Being vetted, thank you. That's confirmation. It's now behind the barriers. Meanwhile, the other runners stand patiently. Romans like was the one that was causing all that commotion, and I'm hearing through our mics there at the start, this will not run, Romans like. So we'll get confirmation shortly. But $151 outsider won't be starting today, Romans like. All the other riders look to be okay and ready to go. Here's the confirmation. Hello, broadcast. 2:36. Eights are scratching. Romans like off. And eyes back on the start. Moments was slow. Otago only began fairly. And Extreme Virtue and Water Sports, a couple of the best to begin. Slane's proceeding forward. Now Otago gets going out deeper. Typhoon Harmony and the Finest Hour. Then followed by, just off those runners, Midnight Storm. And they were followed by moving forward, Midnight Glow up on the outside. And then Moments, and last is the Western Front. So heading down the side of the track, and they really put on the brakes in front, with Slane goes up now to join Extreme Virtue. So these two pair off now, a length and a half, and Otago's three wide, exposed again. And then followed by in between, Water Sports and Typhoon Harmony near the fence, his Finest Hour, and then comes Midnight Storm improving on the back to follow. Moments trapped back on the fence, third last. The Western Front, and back last is Midnight Glow. They come up towards the corner, close to 600 metres to travel. Extreme Virtue and Slane, stride for stride, a little between them. Otago creeping closer out deeper as they come into the straight. Water Sports looking for a run as well in behind. Typhoon Harmony to the fence, and then comes Midnight Storm, who's brought towards the middle, and then comes the Western Front, his Finest Hour held up. Moments nowhere to go as well as they draw down to the 300 metres. And here is Midnight Storm and Water Sports getting the run. They hit the front from Otago, Extreme Virtue gone, and then the Western Front trying to run on his Finest Hour, and Midnight Glow down the outside. Water Sports along the fence, and Midnight Storm centre of the track. Midnight Storm with the Finest Hour coming through.
Nine.
Midnight Storm makes it an Australian debut.
9.
His Finest Hour coming through, and Water Sports close as well on a phone of a second. They were followed by the Western Front, and Moments. In behind those runners was Typhoon Harmony Slane, and then came Otago weakening. Extreme Virtue got on the bend.
9-11.
So Midnight Storm at 9.30 and $3 wins on Australian debut. Looks like 9 beats 11, 12 and 6 in that order. Australian debut win for the import there, James.
Yeah, good performance. 528 days between runs. They had the 3 jump outs. Still
9. The horse, where the jockey has never raced. Nine, 11, 12. 9, 11, 12, and 6. So that happened. The 5 was the favorite. I mean, at the last moment, the 5 got to the favorite. But what happens basically is that with those horses, your pressure need to drop here. If that doesn't drop, then it doesn't add up because it's a very heavyweight horse. That's the largest inner drift. And for that horse to work with that body weight, with that gait, at that distance, it had to drop. So that did not drop, and it was not calibrated rightly. So that's the problem. The 12 basically was a challenger. It was a good horse, but what is happening is it is challenging everybody above. I understand the 5 is dicey. The 4 definitely is dicey from gate number 12. The 7 was there in between, but that also did not work. 6-year-old. Sorry. Gate number 5, that did not work. What happened is a 5-year-old horse with a relatively lower pressure than the rest of them, with an inner gate. That's 12. This one was lower, but gate number 11. This is 12. Gate number 7. The jockey never raced here, and that happened. We'll go to next 6. Two and 15 has been scratched, so we don't have 2 and 15. One, 13, 14, and 7. So this is again going to be on the straight, okay? This is the straight. This is where it is going to be 1000 meter. So the physics doesn't matter, but having the physics is a good thing. So 1 is the favorite, which is a horse. That is the highest through DICR. Okay, that is the highest. That means this is the highest in class. But along with that comes the problem that it is not doing great. (14) is a challenger class from gate number 12. Doesn't matter because it is going to be on the straight line. So now you see this thing versus this thing, okay? This was 1648 at 33, okay? The 14 is at 1100, which is between 1000 to 1500. It is at 4. So this is a right calibration. This is a right. It is better than right, okay? It is better than right. That's a good calibration. So what is this race about? This is about benchmark 70,000 meters. So they're going to be running on the straight. And now that one is the favorite, which is a horse. Okay. Now, if we look at this horse, this thing won. But the distance was 1600 meter. And why it won? Because everything else was dicey. Everything else was dicey. Here, these horses were not in a position. This one was from gate number 12. 5 has a misalignment. This was gate number 10. 7 was a 6-year-old gelding. 8 did not happen. 5-year-old gelding, something not right, did not happen. Here it was gate number 11, did not happen. Here it clicked out, but that's on the lower side. I mean, that's like, looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay. Here, the one which is a horse. Now, this is not the same situation as this one. There are horses to talk to one, and how they will talk is what the thing is. So one is, now generally a horse needs to have a known rider, which means that the jockey has to have a relationship with the horse. That is the safest proposition when it is a horse. Why? Because if the horse doesn't know the jock, it becomes very difficult. Horses, colts, these are very difficult animals to work with. That's the first thing. So if the horse doesn't have a relationship with the jock, then God knows what is happening there. I'm not saying it is not going to work. Maybe it'll work, but winning becomes a questionable proposition when the jock doesn't have a relationship and is calibrated like that. So the jock is misaligned and the horse is not doing great. It is the best in class. Comes gate number doesn't matter, and the jock doesn't have a relationship with this horse, but it is the highest in class. the best form line is here, 14. Okay, but it is a challenger. The horse is rightly calibrated. It is a very heavy horse. It's a very heavy horse. So 14 definitely has an upper hand with the numbers that it has, though it is a challenger class, but there are a couple of things which are in favor of this horse. One is definitely the age. It is a 3-year-old gelding, so it's a younger horse, lower pressure, very high form line, is a challenger. That's a concern. Has a jock, probably the best jock is on 14. The best calibration on this jock. I don't know how the jock is actually, but that's the best calibration on the jock. So the 14 is looking good. If it falls, then it'll go to a class and a low pressure. It'll go to a class and a low pressure with a form line, definitely. So that definitely opens up 4. Though it's a 7-year-old gelding, I don't know how much trust I can have on this. A 7-year-old gelding over 1,000 meter is a bad idea, but it has advantage and it is a class. Okay, drops here, but that's how it looks like with a low pressure. Then it'll climb here also. If you look at how things happened, all right, in these 3 horses, it's a low pressure, then it climbed, all right, then it dropped, and then if you look at the 4th one, that could be anything. That could be again a climb. So it generally is a low pressure, high pressure game. So the 1 is 12, 4 is 14 is 4, which is a low pressure and a challenger. Then it'll probably climb, and climb where? This 7 is, I don't know whether that'll work. Maybe it'll work, maybe it'll come to 7, but whether that'll happen or not, that's, I mean, we can see the challenges here. Okay, so it'll climb where? It'll climb to a 17, it'll climb to or it'll further drop and then climb. My assumption is after this it'll climb. So it'll either, it is here. This is a 7-year-old. I don't know whether that'll work. Then it is here, 3-year-old, 31, 33. 33. That's a lot of pressure. It doesn't have a jock. So where is the next climb? Is 42-year-old. This is still okay, but the form line is not good. So this area becomes a little dicey. What will happen here, God knows. Up here, if we look at the pressure line, then we have these 2 horses, out of which this is, and both of them are going to be running neutral. This is a better number. So 12, 10, those are the gates, but on the straight it doesn't matter. 14, 13, if it climbs here it is good, then it will drop again. Where it will drop, I don't know. I am assuming that it will climb, all right, because it is a low pressure. If a low pressure wins, then the next should be a climb. But this is steep, but it's a class above than all of those. apart from this is going to be a drop. This is a class above. So probably it'll be here because it's not in a position to win today, which is because there's lack of jock in management on this horse. But I think it is 14. I think it is 14, and then definitely a linear would get in 14, 7. Then if it drops again, then it is going somewhere. 7. That's a bad idea. I don't know whether it will go there. So that's very far-fetched. But out of 1 and 14, I definitely like 14. Out of 1 and 14, I definitely like 14. The form line is like that. It is a very high class horses. The jockey is miscalibration. 14 is good. Let's see how that works. I like the 14. The 13 is also there, which is here. This is a drop. This is a climb. Not doing well. So these two are very prominent. These two are very prominent. The 14 and 13 are very prominent. Maybe, may not be. But the pressure will kick in. So if we look at this is a low pressure, but a lower class. This is a higher pressure with a higher class, but this thing requires a jock which is missing. So there's a management issue on this horse, the 7. Let's see how that works. Flemington, race 6, 13-1-7. 13-1-7. 13 is very prominent. The class above, running neutral. 1 in 7. This straight is a very tricky place. That straight is a very, very tricky place. "13 has raced on this track." Okay, that's an advantage with 13. 13 has raced on this track and actually got through, got a place. So gatekeeper, you have an upper hand on that 13.
হাতে পাচ্ছি না হাতে
That was a joke at Queen Bien. That was a joke at Queen Bien.
James Jordan, you like run like an encryption off a good tough performance last time out at Sandown. Just lost our connection audio-wise to James, unfortunately, at our Victorian studio where James is today. So let's have a look at what's happening on the tap fix, where Gallant Sun is the favourite, $3.70 into $3.10. Cavalry Girl is $4.60 this morning. Late $4.20, just back out to $4.40 as horse number 13. And then Run Like an Encryption, which is the on top of there for James, $7.50 into $6.50. Shergui, number 14 for Jamie Mellum and the Hayes boys, is 7 this morning, $6.50 to $7.50 late. And Along the River has some fans at longer odds for Jordan Childs, $14 into $10 has been spec'd in the fixed odds trade at the tap. So Run Like an Encryption on top for James. Most worried about Gallant Sun. It's 7 to beat 1, 14 and 13. And we're about 90 seconds away. Over to the bookies now. The late viewpoint, $3.60 into $3.10 for Gallant Sun. It looks well graded in a benchmark 70 today as he returns from an 8-month break. It's won both its recent packet of jump outs. Nose roll back on. The winkers have been removed. 5 of his 8 starts have been in stakes grade and he's dual listed placed. Cavalry Girl is the second big number 13, $4.60 to $4.80 back into $4.20. And James Run Like an Encryption, your top pick is 7, just nibbled into $6.50.
I'm just thinking pattern-wise here. I think you want to be that midfield spot with a bit of cover, and that's where Run Like an Encryption will be. Might even be a pair further back, but it's got the turn of foot. It'll need to suck up and be safe for a short sprint, but I think it's an each-way bet at around that sort of $6.57 quote. Outside of that, Gallant Sun's the best horse in the race. He's just had a lot of time off. A couple of jump outs were both good. Gets the apprentice. Still going to carry 61 after the claim, but it's good enough to be in the finish somewhere. Share Guy maps well from 12. It'll be towards the outside of the pack, I'd say, chiming in that last will be 200 metres, and I also put the 13 in there. Cavalry Girl, who will lead, that's the query. I think if it was take the wind away, I'd have it on top, but I just think a bit of cover in the first half of the race might be crucial here.
Away from the top 3 with the bookies, Shergui, the other one in single figures, is $6.50 to $7.50. It's bought for Along the River, $13 into $9.50 and Nibbles Express Class number 8. Castelia number 6 has been spec 16 to 21, just back into $20. Let's get to Adam.
To Victoria, of course, he spent quite a bit of time here in his youth. Now here is Legio 10, bar plates on today on the front legs. Shergui, Jamie Mellum's mount being loaded. 3-year-olds well represented here with 3 or 4 in that age group. Lights flashing on the stalls Along the River was big last time at Sandown. So we're closing it on a start. The jockey assistant program sprint. Gallant Sun standing well. Blackberry Bomb on the move. Starters orders. One of them's very restless. Pure Bliss in the white jackets. Ready. Gates open and they're away. Had a fairly level break. And showing early speed was Express Class. Gallant Sun jumped well. Madame Maserati was snagged to the back of the field. Here's Cavalry Girl coming out of the pack now to join Gallant Sun. A length and a half to Castella in third. Run Like Encryption. Along the River deeper. And then Pure Bliss followed by Express Class. Blackberry Bomb Shergui. Legio 10. Then comes Big Me. Mr. Magnus getting a fair way back on the field. And Madame Maserati. So linking up to the 400 metres, Gallant Sun just being urged along, and Cavalry Girl the outside going to it now. Along the River stays on a length and a half away, then followed by Castella, Pure Bliss and Run Like an Encryption try to make ground. Sugar just holding a spot in midfield. Gallant Sun fighting under pressure. Gallant Sun a length and a half and along the river. Castellar Run Like an Encryption along the river coming after Gallant Sun. Gallant Sun's greedy though. He's back. Good first up win for Gallant Sun. Moved along the river by neck. Castellar close up. Run Like an Encryption was just there off them in fourth. Followed by Legio 10, Express Class, and then a little break in the field to Sugar.
146.
Blackberry Bomb, Pure Bliss, and then Mr. Magnus Cavalry Gill, Weekend, and Big Me.
Class number 4 there with Gallant Sun rappelling along the river, and it's 146.
They dropped here. 1, 4, 6. $14 did not get a chance. 13 did not get a chance. That happened. 1, 4, 6. It dropped here and then climbed back again here. We'll go to the next. One, 4, 6 has been scratched. 12, 7, 3, and 8. That is the first favorite that actually got home. Twelve, 7, 3, and 8. So what is this going on here is back to the same situation where I had the faith on this, but that did not work. It was a challenger. Here, here this thing is at negative 54, right? So it's way above its caliber, what it is trying to achieve. It has a very heavy body weight, that is true, but it is a challenger. The form line is good, but what is happening is, if the caliber is 74, the challenge line, the resistance line is at 128. The deficit is about 54%. So what that essentially is meaning is this, that when we look at this horse, this thing worked here, the 8, where is the 8? Here. Okay, that 8 worked on a 1100 meter. That was 1100 meter, no bends. It just went through with the pressure. The thing was, the 2 did not have a pressure, higher class, just did not work. We face the same thing here also, that this one was with a low pressure, it did not work. It went through 1 and then it dropped. This did not work here. The 7, which was here, it did not work because it was negative 15. The caliber was 53 and the resistance line was 68. So this did not work, but this was on a straight. Now here it is difficult. It is difficult. Though it is coming from gate number 1. Now, what exactly is the... So, on a 1600 meter... for a challenger with that kind of a pressure and that deficit from gate number 1, I mean, gate number 1 is good actually for this, but on the flip side is this, that it is going to get raved all over 1600 meter. It doesn't have a breather. It doesn't have a breather. So this is the breather line. Okay, this is the breather line. You get to see the horses taking you know, a little, getting a little relaxed, and then picking up at the last 400 meters. So that can happen when you have a breather. When you don't have a breather, that means it is going to get raved, and its position is that it is going to get raved. Why? Because from gate number 1, if it doesn't get raved, it will have traffic in front of it. All right, the others will get ahead and it will have traffic. So once it has traffic, then it is in trouble if it's not leading. On the other side, if it is leading, it will lose gas at the last 400 meters, which is anyway difficult for this horse to cope with. It's a challenger. It is like that. So 12 is quite questionable. That is not probably happening. 9 is the drop. 445. This is 81. So 10 is out. Out of these two, 10 definitely is out, I think. Unless yeah, 10 probably is out. Out of these two, 10 is out. Stays. Then where? 7, 3.5 has a physics. This is 71. This thing is bleeding. (1600 meter) gate number 4. This is 5. 78. This 79. Drops this 70, 71. This got 69. 74. 65. 77. So what are the upsides? How the odds are placed? 12, 7. 7 has a dedicated jock. Okay, it has the physics it can do. 3 also has a dedicated jock, is a class above, but it drops here. Here it becomes like that. At 29, 12, heavier, has a jock, has pressure. This is difficult. Out of these two, definitely if they are of the same class, then this is better number, this is a lower pressure. Seven has an upper hand on 12. 7 has an upper hand. And if that happens, then obviously 9 becomes a check. Because 10 and 9 are of the same class, then this is a lower pressure, heavier body weight, better number. So then 9 becomes a check. I don't know. Let's see what they have to say. Not that they are all right today. They are also wrong, and probably more wrong than we are. But here I think it is. I mean, 7 has an upper hand. It has the class. It is a lower pressure. The distance is 1600. It is an inner gate. This is an inner gate, which is gate number 1. Which also means that to avoid traffic, this will have to be raved, which we can see here that it doesn't have a breather. And if it doesn't have a breather, then this thing and this thing are both 4-year-old mares, then this one has an upper hand. We'll see how that works. I like the 7. Let's see. Race 7-3. Gatekeeper.
Issues, but she hasn't ever run a bad race. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Today we've got the Equicast going on one of those feet, so we'll see what happens with that. But it maps well, I think, from that inside gate, can hold up and be in a striking sort of position, and it's very hard to tip against her, I think.
You're most worried about Sneaky Sunrise number 7, who's ticking along really well this campaign.
Yeah, it's racing well, and it's consistent. It's sort of deeper into its preparation, but it's another one that should map pretty well. It can sort of take a spot, just behind that leading sort of group, and draws quite well. Daniel Stackhouse knows the horse. He's ridden it before. Early in his career, he rode it. First 7 starts, he was sole rider to sit on her, so knows her well. Should be right among them. Outside of that, I thought the 3 Road Comb may just roll to the front. We saw early on in the card, horses up on speed were sitting on really well. So Road Comb, I think, has to be ridden that way. Sort of handlebars down from the start, try and find the front, and try and sort of keep running. Next best I thought was the 8 High and Brown, who is racing well and is nearing a win. It'll probably settle a little bit further off them, but if the pace is overdone a touch, it'll certainly be in the finish. So there's a few sort of live just for the exotics, but definitely Noblesse is the horse to beat for sure.
And he's the favourite with the bookies, 2 to 2.15, back into 2.10 last 15 minutes. Sneaky Sunrise is 6.50 into 6. High on Proud is $8 into $7 for those. After one of longer odds, there are a couple of firmers here, James. England is one of them for the very astute Graham Beng. It's 10 into 14, back into $11. Good tough win last time out at Caulfield. Stays at the miles today. Blinkers off again. Visor's first time.
You don't often see gear changes on the back of a win, and so we see here as your reference with the blinkers coming off and the visors going on. Thought the track suited last start of the heat. It was able to sort of lob outside leader. It was a really good day to be forward and up on speed, so it probably benefited from the pattern a little bit, but it does get a decent weight drop here. Right down all lead, it might have a look. But you think, the blinkers, it's not much, but blinkers to visors, they're very similar. The visors have got a little slit in the side for a little bit more sort of lateral viewing, if you like, so maybe less likely to get them keen and wanting to roll forward. So I would say Road Cone leads, but the Road England will be in the first three.
And Road Cone is in your mix, 10 out of 13, back into $11, attracting late interest for the bookies. Off that last start, Caulfield Heath win, 1,500, extra 100 to the mile again today, but it has won at this trip and claimed a good scalp in the process in Persian Spirit.
Yeah, on a day, it is hard to run down. I touched on that piece meeting when I talked about England. Well, this is the other horse from that meeting that was able to lead and win. It carries similar sort of weight, but I think the pattern did help. And it doesn't look hard to lead at Flemington today by any stretch, so it's got to be respected. But you just feel like if there's a few that go forward, Noblesse from that inside gate will just get that camp right on their backs, and with even luck, it's going to peel out and be very hard to beat. So I'd say the bet is Noblesse. If you want to play the exotics, I think the 3, the 7, and the 8, you can probably box them up in the exactas, trifectas, etc., and look for a result that way if you're not ultra keen to take the odds on.
And Noblesse 2.15 this morning is late 2.10 into $1.90 back to $1.95. Favourite for the 7th to launch off the Standish Handicap Day main quaddie with Adam.
Separately, have had winners today. Sneaky Sunrise to join them. I am proud, hoping for better fortune this afternoon. Shiny New Deal for Gavin Bedgood, who has prepared a winner earlier. And Indispensable has drawn a wide gate. The Henry Byron Moore handicap, 1,600 metres. First leg of the quaddie. Noblesse, she's got the inside gate, even money. They're all in. Lights flashing, off. Noblesse, she began well from the inside gate. Indispensable snapped back from the outer trails, but Noblesse quickly headed. England's wanting the front. There's a few starting to press forward, including Shiny New Deal and a Road Cone as well. I Am Proud emerges 4th. Noblesse down near the running rail 5th. Then comes Teardrop Rotation, a little bit keen midfield, welcome to the show. And then Sneaky Sunrise and 2 lengths away to Indispensable. So Shiny New Deal, the Ryan Houston has come across and taken the lead now, and that's by a length and a half. I Am Proud out of harm's way today, 2nd. Road Cone takes the trail, then followed by England in 4th spot. Next is Noblesse tucked away 5th, the favourite. Then comes Teardrop Rotation, looking to continue her winning ways. And then towards the back, welcome to the show, Sneaky Sunrise and 2.5 lengths to Indispensable. Coming up to the corner, close to 600 metres to go, and it's Shiny New Deal doing it by 1.5 lengths. They start to corner from I Am Proud and Road Cone, waiting for a run back near the running rail. Then comes England and Noblesse, just snook it away for the moment, but about to thread through. And then Teardrop Rotation as they come down the straight. Welcome to the show, looking for a run, and Sneaky Sunrise to the outside. Shiny New Deal, 250 metres to go. Noblesse can't get a crack at them, still looking for a run. And it's a Shiny New Deal being tackled by England and Sneaky Sunrise. Teardrop Rotation, and welcome to the show, bursting through with a big burst. Welcome to the show, spreading quickly. He took the front, he's running away. And it's 3 straight, but welcome to the show. Big win at headquarters,
1-7.
Sneaky Sunrise. England was prominent 3rd, there were a few there. Teardrop Rotation, Noblesse, total forget run.
10-7, sorry.
10-7, 11. Indispensable, and towards the back, Road Cone's clocked in a long last.
Behind, welcome to the show, bursting through them, making the winning hat-trick complete for Foggy Newick, playing the $9 range, James, across all of the tracks.
Fortune favours the Brave. He's ridden it the same way as last two. Craig Newton was a winner prior to that as well, but he wasn't on board. But he's ridden it sort of what.
Yeah, so that 10 won. We had this side missing. The 10 this time had a jock. Knew the horse well. And that happened. And I mean, I did not have a clear go on this. The 7 was on the third line. This was not there. The pressure was definitely better than this. 49.33. This is the second. It's 2. 10, 7, and 11. That's what the thing is. 10, 7, 11. So 10, 7 with the class with the low pressure. 11 jumped in. So this thing failed. 5 failed. The management sucks. Anyway. That happened. We're back to the straight. 1200 meter. Seven has been scratched. We don't have 7. 5319. So we've had 2 runs on the straight so far, and what happened is on this one, definitely here there was a problem, and they did not do anything. And this one went through, though it was not looking good. It went through with the class. Okay, that went through with the class. Then we had the other one, which was a very dicey one. So here that 8 won with the pressure. That was 1100 meter. This was 1000 meter, and now we are at a 1200 meter here. So if we look through what's going on, so the highest class is 1. Okay, that's the highest class here from gate number 2. Then it is this 8-year-old gilding. For some reason, this thing is a dangerous horse. This thing is a dangerous horse, but I don't think it is. I mean, I don't know what to do with this. This is an 8-year-old over a 1200 meter. The pressure is the highest, is the second linear, but it is an 8-year-old, and the difference is huge. And then we have this, which is a higher pressure, doing little here and there. And then we have the 4, and the 5 is the favorite. So, and they're all challenges. From here onward, they're all challenges. So the point is this, that here, if we look at what happened, I said that if 5 and 10 are together, 10 and 9 are together, then 10 gets knocked out. Why? Because this is a better number, but a lower pressure. Over a 1600 meter, this should work. But that did not work. That did not work. And the 10 knocked out because of the jock with a lower calibration than 12. The 12 was definitely in a dicey position. The 7 with the class could not do anything. The pressure basically spoke here. This 5 is in between. Now, what is wrong with 5? Here, if we look at 3, what was wrong with 3? It's a 1654 and we are at 30. The pressure needed to drop. That did not happen. 12 was too much, going negative. 8 did not have the rails. Did not need the rails actually, but that did not also work. What happened is 10 from the inner gate with the leverage, and then it knocked the 7 out, which was the class with the physics. Here we had a data loss. I did not know whether it has the physics on its side or not, so I stepped out. And here this one doesn't need the physics. It's a straight, okay? But if we look at these 2 horses, definitely this is a 6-year-old, this is a 5-year-old. Age difference is there, but this is a lot better number. They're the same class, okay? They're the same class, but this is a lot better number on 4. And up here they don't have those numbers. This is an 8-year-old. I don't know what to make of this. What I think possibly is possible They're all challenger horses. This is the highest, then this is the second. 8 and 7, that's a 7-year-old. That is also possible. That's 54. Here it is 47. Here 0, 78 by 78. This is 92 by 100. Drops. Here 53. Class about 53, 87. 6-year-old. It is here. That's 25. It'll drop here. As leveraged 35 as jock. This is too much. This is okay. This is up and challenger 95.7. Neutral. Fine. $56. Doesn't have a jock. This one is a dedicated jock. How about this one? The 8-year-old 1.9 65 9. Group 3. I think it is, I mean, 9 has an upper hand. 9 has an upper hand. The 5 is definitely a better class than this. 5 is definitely a better class than this, but it will take pressure. Without pressure, it will not happen. The highest pressure is here and here. This is a 54, 47. This is an 8-year-old. This is a 5-year-old challenger class. I don't know. The numbers are not right. Will not happen. The 9 is borderline okay with a pressure line, which is also a challenger. It is okay. Then it'll drop. Then it'll drop, and then it'll drop where? That's a $1 million question, because that can go here or it can go to 4, which is this one with the upper class, and then finally dropping here with another pressure. So I think it is 9, and then if it doesn't drop here on 6, then it'll go to 4 and then climb here. That's what I think. I think 9 has an upper hand. This is difficult. This is difficult for an 8-year-old. I don't know if that comes out to be a surprise, that 8-year-old winning. It'll be a boomerang, and that has happened in the past. Flemington has horses like that which can actually backfire with that kind of an age. I said 1200 meter. I don't have the courage to go with an 8-year-old. That's something that I don't have. I don't possess that kind of courage. Maybe that's just me. But I think it'll drop. It'll drop where? I don't know. Maybe if it drops on 12, which is a 7-year-old gelding, possible. But more possibilities are dropping here on the 4. Okay. This, don't know, but 9 has an upper hand. But more or less, this becomes a little who's 3 is written by Zahara. Zahara is disastrous today. Three is being written by Zahara. So 3 is 0. This is negative. This is a higher class. This is a lower class. So 3 definitely with that class with a 0. So there is no room. Here it is still knocking at the door. The numbers are better here. This is challenger. The difference is huge between 3 and 9. It's a lot of difference between 3 and 9. But 3 has Zara, but 3 is that. It's an upper class. And 9 is borderline knocked out here. Not entirely knocked out. This is like knockout situation. This is also knockout situation. This is like borderline knockout. So it is here. Challenger 2. Zahara. This is a lower profile. This is a higher profile. 37. This is a heavier weight. Doesn't have torque. This one is a lighter 1200 meter. 5-year-old mare preferring. I think. I mean, it's dicey, but looking at the situation. So if we look, this is all these 3 horses. Okay. All these 3 horses, 8 to 9, they are all negative. So it's very difficult to assume what they are going to do. They have very high leverage. They have reasons to be here. But they're challenger. These 2 are challenger class. This one is there, but it is an 8-year-old. Left with 3, which is a higher class with a leverage and good pressure. Zahara is on this. 5 is low pressure with a lower class, but in that case the others are there to talk to him. 3 basically has a clean go, but it is not doing well. It is not doing well. And this is a 25. Questionable. 9 and borderline. Who is riding 9? Team Maiden. God knows who is he. But this is a dedicated jock on 9, so he knows the horse. So I still think 3, but I'll be out of this. This doesn't give me a good feel. Anyways, things are not striking today here at Flemington. Things are going wrong because of the class of horses that they have and the jocks that they have who are making mistakes, and things are happening like that. So yes, I think 3 has. I mean, the class is different, okay. But this is coming from gate number 5. This is coming from gate number 9. That should not be a problem because it is on the straight and it's a group 3. So that should not be a problem. There's a leverage on this. There's no leverage on this. I mean, lower leverage. This is a higher leverage, but lower class. So I think 3 is looking okay, but nothing solid. Nothing solid. I'll keep this thing open. I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Right, I'm back. That 12 was a flop because of what you had. That is a, I mean, I'm not sure how to calibrate this yet. Maybe after today, I will be able to do a little more with the calibrations, but still, I think we need the right races. I mean, what is happening is this, that we are not getting the, I mean, to be very honest, I cannot calibrate this on a benchmark 84. I cannot calibrate this on a benchmark 84 when we have challenges and all those things are happening. We need a much higher grade race like a Group 1 or something at Flemington to calibrate this. At what resistance it'll fail, at what body weight and what class is something that we need to calibrate. But at this point of time, it is very premature. I can't do this at this point of time because we are not getting, so far we've been getting 70, this is 78, this is an open, God knows what it is. This is 78, 70. I can't, I mean, even if I try to calibrate this, this will not give us the right results. To get the right results, I need to have a I need to have a Group 1 race or a Group 2 race back to back, like 2-3 of them with a similar arrangement. That's when I can calibrate this. Right now, even if I try, it will not work. So, and we need to have this here at Flemington, or we need to have this at Randwick. We need to have it here at Flemington or Randwick. Other than that, there are no other places where we can do this. Flemington.
$5 back in 60 cents. Harbour's the toppy for Graham B. Jordan Childs. It's $5 out to 8, 50 back to 8. Major share is there with it at 8. Went up at that figure, late 750 back out to 8. And Limbs Kosciuszko, who's been spec $11 into 950. The 8-year-old's been freshened back to the jump nets for a fourth and Peter packing them. Rest are a double figure odds. Quick examination there reveals pretty much nothing in terms of inward action. Just over 3 minutes away from start time. Late with the bookies, and Hedge is the favourite, $3 into $2.80. It's been a very good horse, but you can't often say that he's the sole last start winner at a race, James.
No, but this sort of race, a lot of these horses have probably reached their mark to some degree. Still consistent horses like 80 Interest and consistent. So maybe he's the one that's probably got the upside. I think if he took out its last run, it would be a fair bit shorter in this race. It was just too bad to be true. There seems to be a few rumblings around Mahama that it's going very well. It's 294 days off, which did worry me. Also didn't think Gate 2 was an advantage. We've seen a couple of straight races so far that haven't been middle and wider, so I would say inside Gates not a big advantage. And you know, with a smaller field here, they may sort of bunch to the middle and get that a bit wider, which might well boost as a strong low. But certainly I think those wider gates are a positive. But Edge is also been a couple of these horses coming out of the same race. Age Interest was easy in that run last start. Probably the start didn't help it. It missed a kick of lengths. It was okay late, but it was sort of 380 out to 460. On that occasion, whereas Hedge was holding its spot in the market, was more impressive. So happy to be with it. Hopefully it just gets more clear running than we saw Noblest that favourite in the previous race.
So best back to beat Hedge with the bookmakers is definitely Aviatrix. Makes Hedge 2 kilos better for 2.5 lengths, $5.50 into $4.20. Then there's Limbs Kosciuszko, just being nibbled everywhere. A 22-time winner through 35, the ex-Singaporean. Great record.
We've seen a few of the limb sources, but obviously with Singapore ceasing, we have seen quite a few of the Singapore horses come down to Australia, and I don't think they've set the world on fire, to be fair. I mean, it was probably viewed as a slightly weaker jurisdiction than Australia, certainly a fair bit different to Hong Kong, but I feel like a lot of the Singaporean horses have come down a little bit, but we'll see what it can do. It's probably one that can settle up on speed, but again, Gate 3, not a spoil in my eyes.
Racing for a lovely looking trophy, and at Group 3 grade, the Standish Handicapped. Hence the favourite is Smart and is Group 2 placed.
Yeah, he is. He's a horse that, I suppose, on last start ratings, he's the horse to beat. You look at upside, he's only 5. He's not, he's certainly by no means in the twilight of his career. He's still got ratings in him. He was formerly trained by Mick Price and Mick Ken, and his run ratings as good as last start, or better for them on multiple occasions. So whether I'm going to get back to that mark, it's not a fluke, it's not a flash in the pan, it's just what the horse can do when he's right. And you say he's right. He's had 5 starts for Cameron Bester Brother. The only failure was 2 runs back. He was on a 7-day turnaround there at Cranbourne. He didn't run that well. He was beaten nearly 5 lengths. Was well supported in the market, 390 to 370 late, but was playing. I think the 7-day turnaround was against him. He then had 34 days into last start where he put them away, and he's got 15 days into today. So I think we'll see him back up again, but I'm sure you'll see him get to that rating again. If he can do that, as I said, he's probably a 2 odds.
Group 3 feature is the Standish Handicap with Adam Orzanski.
Harry Coffey takes up Hedge. So Hedge has gone in. $2.90 favourite in from a top of $3. Aztec Ruler hoping to go one better than last year. Field getting close. There's extra 2, one of 2 mares in the race. And the 2026 Standish Handicap field is staring down the straight 6. Gates open, they're away. Handsome Angu jumped okay from the inside gate. Limbs Kosciuszko as well. Celsius Star is showing speed. Major Share is up there as well. Mahaba won't be too far away, but as they come down towards the 1,000 metres, Limbs Kosciuszko, Celsius Star, they lead. Hedged right behind them, third with Mahaba. Major Share, Aztec Ruler, snookered in between horses. Then comes Contemporary, Aviatress, and then Disneck. Going back is Samangu, back to second last and a length and a half to extra 2. They come down towards the 700 metres now as Limbs Kosciuszko and Celsius Star given more rain going past it, then followed by Hedge travelling well in between a length away. Next is Mahaba looking for some room down near the inside. Major Share is stoked up. Aztec Ruler bolting, can't get a crack at them, and then comes Contemporary and Aviatress now being presented down the outside. The race is on towards the 200 metres, and it's Aviatress and Disneck deep on the track coming with their runs together. Disneck took over, and then comes extra 2 from a long way back, but Disneck back to its best shot in. Disneck
6.
with a big win in the Standish.
No way.
Extra 2 from Contemporary, second and third.
6.
Aviatress was next, and then followed by next Aztec Ruler, Major Share, Samangu. Mahaba didn't finish off, and then Hedge who dropped out. And towards the back, Limbs Kosciuszko and Celsius Star.
Disney back with a bang for Björn Baker. Dan Stackhouse putting the Standish Group 3 away pretty quickly and paying $11.50 and $3. 10 will run second, extra 2 ahead of Contemporary number 11. It'll be 6, 10, 11. Looks like 3 will wind up fourth, Aviatress. Disney wasn't disgraced behind horses like Cabalas and Rothfire last campaign. Brilliant performance, sprinting quickly there and putting that one away.
This is why. Six, 10. So now it went to low pressure when this is the problem with the straight. Okay, this is the problem with the straight, that you don't know when the low pressure is going to hit, and when it's a track that it's very difficult to work on the straight here. 6, 10, 11. 6, 10, 11. So all the challenges with a low pressure. Six, 10, 11. They don't even, they don't know where they are. So those things do not work. Monkey business. This is absolutely monkey business. Disney is a very heavyweight horse with a low pressure. Went through. Now here they will flip the scene. It is again on the straight 1200 meters. 13, 14, 15, 16 all scratched. Twelve, 1, 10 and 2. So far, they were playing pressure. All of a sudden, here it dropped, and it dropped here. Okay. Now we are back again on a 1200 meter, and I'm very scared. That 5 probably is there in between. So what I think might happen. So these two are not doing great. Okay, these two are not doing great. This has some strong numbers, so does 10. 10 is a class above, and 10 has also strong numbers, but I think it'll, this time they will flip it, it'll go to the pressure. It's the second linear. The first linear is here, which is looking like nobody's business. it is the second linear, which I think it doesn't need the physics because it's a 1200 meter on the straight, so the physics is not required. And so I think it'll flip here, and that 5 is probably there before it touches 2 or 10. This is a higher class. This thing 1 is the highest, but not great here. It is still better here. It is still better here, and there's a lot of advantage going on. 59, but they're like, man, how will you trust them? But here is a jockey mismatch. Here is a jockey mismatch. Then 8 is a low pressure. So where is a jockey? Then it is 2. It is not great. Then here is another jockey, which is again a low pressure. So the 12 looks good, okay? The 12 looks good, but the jockey is a mismatch. The class is a mismatch. They have other classes. Now again, if this backfires like going to a low pressure, that is possible. This is 27, this is 27. It has room, it doesn't have room. It has class, it doesn't have class, but this is not doing good. But at the end of the day, it is here. $59, this is 46. $12 should win, but the jockey is a mismatch. If that doesn't interfere, who's riding jockey, postman? And these are the reasons things have gone wrong terribly today, because there are jocks, I have never heard of them, who are racing here today, and they kind of, I mean, even if you have a good horse, but a jock who's calibrated like that, what would you do? And then if you look for the others, they are not in a great shape. So that becomes again the same thing as like going with a low pressure. But I think that will not happen. It'll backfire this time. It'll backfire. How it'll backfire, I don't know, but it doesn't look right. I mean, the 12 is good, okay? Everything is good. It has the pressure. Is the second linear. You don't need the physics. The horse is got good numbers. All that is good. Maybe the class is a little off. That is not the problem. The problem is the calibration on the jock. And that is why primarily things have been going wrong today. No matter what you give them, they are not in a position. I mean, it should have been here. No, it went here with a jock with a low pressure. It's okay, but jock is an issue. Jock is an issue. Five did horrible. Anybody hit anything last two races? Nobody hit anything. Nobody had any idea about the 6. It is only after the races that we can figure out why the 6 won. and nobody had any idea about the 10, but the 10 went through. That is still better than the 12. Here, everybody thinks that the 12 is going to win, but the 12 has a class issue. The hand is good, but the jock is very difficultly calibrated. This I don't know. It doesn't go hand in hand with the pressure model. That doesn't go. If we look at other pressures which are there, then they're also here 3, 9. That is also an issue. The only jock which is there on a pressure is this guy, which is not doing well. So very low confidence on these races. I don't know. Things can go wrong. Here this is a low pressure. If in this circus, if the low pressure goes through, then I don't know what should happen. In that case, this 5 becomes a check, but in that case, that 5 becomes a check, but the 5 is bleeding. So this is a hodgepodge like nobody's business. 6 is what? 6 is what? 6 is this. Possible. I have a feeling this thing is going to go upside down. This is going to go somewhere else. Because it doesn't feel good. You see, the 12 is a good horse. It has the body weight, has the torque, has the pressure. The numbers are also moderately okay here. Running parallel, good hand. The class is missing, but the biggest problem is the jockey calibration. With a pressure, if the jockey is not rightly calibrated, then it'll go nuts. And that's what we've been facing today all through, that very weirdly calibrated, like here, that one won, right? This one. Look at that calibration. Because the pressure was almost nothing on this horse. Look at that calibration. This one won. Look at that calibration. But that was a low pressure. Here, it is, God knows what will happen here. Okay, 10 apprentice jockeys can claim the horses they ride. Probably 10 is also good numbers in a class above than this. Is good numbers, but it's a low pressure with a jock. So yes, that thing is possible. That thing is possible. That's a jock. That's a low pressure. That's possible. But you see, what happened here? Okay, what happened here? So the jock was missing. What here? Jock was here on this horse, but that was not doing great. And this was okay. It went through with a low pressure. That will not work. Here it is okay. but that jock is a mismanagement. Now you don't know whether I mean through physics with that pressure it is impossible. Through physics, I have not seen this. I can pull up 100 races that we have done here, and I can show you this doesn't work when it is pressure. This doesn't work when it is pressure. Now, the other side is that we are on the straight. We are on the straight of Flemington. Making me nuts. On one side it is not possible, on the other side it is on the straight. So you take a call whether you want to get in or you don't want to get in. For me it's a pass. It's a very irritating kind of a day today. It's a very irritating kind of a day. I'm finding it very irritating, very disgusting. They have, what they have arranged is like benchmark 74, benchmark 74. The highest was this group 3, which acted like a freaking nut. A group 3. That was a group 3. And where did it go? Here. What kind of a nonsense is that? The benchmark 84 went nuts. That did not happen. That was like, we need some good races. These races will not be able to help us to build this thing or recalibrate this. It will not work. I don't know. I have no faith. What are the other things that is possible? The only pressure jock is this guy, okay? But this horse is nuts. Only pressure guy is this guy out of these horses. But this horse is a nutcase. Then we have the 3, which is also equally nutcase. The 12 is a misalignment. Building up to the summer carnival, you're right. I actually, when I was preparing this these races today. So it was very evident that today is going to be a very different day. It's going to be. I have mentioned it in the description as well. That it is going to be very different. But different. How different? There has to be some kind of a balance. This is like. A place like Flemington had only one favorite today, just one favorite going home. How wrong the market was and how wrong things have gone today. Flemington usually runs about 40 to 50% on the favorite. It's just 1 out of 10. Out of 10, today it's at 10%. I had a feeling that things are going to go wrong. I mean, things are going to be tough. Breeding shortage as well, yes. I had a feeling that things are going to go tough, but this is not tough. This is like what? This is not tough. This is like a madhouse. This is like a madhouse. I had a feeling things would go wrong, but this wrong? Man. Absolutely disgusting. Joke of a Saturday. Stretch long shot. Today was your first day, and this is what you're going to take back with you. Today was the first day you were here, and this is what you're going to take back with you. It's a bad taste in your mouth, I know. MLS in market. Just like you said. Yeah, we generally we generally, do some good races, but at times things are crazy. Things are crazy, especially when the major tracks they play up like this. For last 3 weeks, Randwick has been playing nuts. I have no clue what Randwick is doing. Morning line odds, okay. Randwick has been playing nuts for the last 3 weeks. Today, Flemington went like upside down. Absolutely upside down. This is probably one of the top 3 tracks in the world. If I'm not wrong, if I'm not entirely wrong, it should be about the top 3-4 tracks in the world. It runs about 40% to 50% on the favorites. Today it's like 10%. What do you like? I don't like anything, Lee. I mean, tell me, how will I support any of these? The 12 is on a pressure line. Look at the jock alignment on this. Does it give you any comfort zone? It doesn't give me any comfort. The 2 where the jockey is, look at that horse. And then the 10 is here. It's a low pressure. So now if that happens, that happens. But is it worth taking a chance on this? What would I tell you, my friend Lee? If I have anything at all, I either put it on red or I keep screaming that, this is where it will go. Man, this is bad. Like the 6 there. The 6. Let me check 6. 6 is this gate number 13, 6-year-old gilding. Low pressure, that's the highest inner drift. You're right, but for that inner drift, that thing is also okay. It is rightly calibrated, so you have an eye. I mean, this is okay, but they're like that. All right, that stud farm is bleeding like nobody's business. They're the highest. No, they are the highest. So they're like bleeding. What kind of a confidence will build up on them? Their decisions are going to be hasty. They will do things that they're not supposed to do because they're bleeding. Financially, they're bleeding. They're financially bleeding. Horse is losing weight. A 6-year-old gelding, it is getting older. Horse is losing weight. Generally, how it works is with the linears, that's basically the second place. That basically is the second place. If the linear wins, this will be the second. Either this or this. So that, I mean, whatever is the largest, this one. But for that, the linear has to be in a position where it can deliver. It is like 70% bleeding. Their form line is upside down. So the linear cannot win. The second linear is what the favorite is, but there is no jock on this. So things are not right, actually. Things are not right. Half bend stick 6 card, that makes sense. So less race days, bigger fields. Yes, but you will still need racing from mid to lower horses. Just mix, just not the mix like this. Yes, you're right, and that's exactly. You see, long shot. The thing is, I only get to calibrate when I have races here at Flemington or at Randwick. If I do not have races at Flemington and Radwick, I do not calibrate them. But for me to calibrate, I need to have the right races. These are nuts.
Last start, first up was really strong against 3 kilos off the Jackson Bradley. I think it's
whatever you see on this is something that we have built in last 2 years. One column at a time.
Racing well.
Every week racing through Randwick, Flemington, Doomben, all the major tracks. We've done that. One track per day, and we've done that in last 2 years.
Go with the 10 each way as the bet, respecting the 2.
3.
Let's have a look at the late action bookings where Runda Royale's best back for the McAvoys. Ryan Houston.
No, 1 is favourite.
$4.20. Behaviour
10 is favourite.
60.
Bloody monkeys these guys are.
$7.50 to $6.50. My Temptation $8.50 out to 10 back into 9. And Ikasara, if you're after a roughie, 20 to 26 back into 21. Specking 2 for 3 rings. Good support for Runda Royale. 10-day backup. He's won 1 of 3 since being gelded.
Yeah, he's on a source. He had a lot of placings to his name, 9 from his 21 starts. Just the 2 wins, but he was able to win last start, which was important. He was closest to the inside. Well, the track was pretty fair that day. I think today the inside's not as good as it was when he was able to win 10 days ago at that New Year's Eve meeting.
No, today is not about that. Today is that you've got all monkeys. They're not horses. It's a monkey racing. The inner is not working, the outer is not working. There's no inner or outer here at the straight. It's a flat surface.
So Runda Royale 440, Behaviour 440, Mercurial 80 440, race. Race number 9, under 1200 metres, and the gates open and they're away. Behaviour jumped only fairly from the centre of the line, will take a sit in the second half of the field. Ikasara began quite well from the middle. My Temptation Odachi not far away. Now they go to split. Ruta Royale is taking a cluster of horses down to the inside section. Ruta Royale also 3 rings and Inexorable there by themselves down near the flat side. The rest come down the middle of the track, which is headed by Mercurial Lady and Ikasara, and a lot between those two. Odachi, My Temptation, and then Tongan Yiga, followed by Behaviour. Lardy Sharp Fishing and Flying Mickey went back to the tail end. So down towards the course proper, they've got close to 400 metres left to go. Ruta Royale on the flat side leads from 3 rings and Inexorable. On this side, Mercurial Lady still has it. Ikasara under pressure. Odachi. Behaviour's now getting a run towards the middle of the track. And Lardy Sharp's making a good bid down the outside under a hold. And also there, My Temptation from Flying Mickey. It's a Lardy Sharp with Fishing coming through now. Fishing quickly sprinting. Took the front. Flying Mickey. Ruta Royale down near the inside, but Fishing. Fishing on a by neck. Ruta Royale and
6,
Mickey
I
wide apart
think.
for second, and Behaviour was next. They were followed by
5.
Lardy Sharp, My Temptation, and then followed by Inexorable, and towards the back 3 rings, Odachi, Mercurial Lady, knocked up Ikasara and Tonganyika.
So Ruffy Fishing winning for Luke Cartwright at $29.40 and $6.20. Looks like 6 will run second. Flying Mickey, and then Ruta Royale looks prominent for third, and probably 5, 6 and 1. Ruffy home there Fishing for his first win. Almost.
She's got
You did. I'll put up your name.
you don't see him split all that often at Flemington these days, but they did 3 back to the inside. Like of the 3 on the inside, Ruta Royale's beaten the rest comfortably. I'd say it's gone well, and from
5, man. That was just... Why? This is such a bad story. This is such a bad story. Can you believe that? The why 5 is because of that. But what kind of a confidence do you get on these guys? Five, 6, and 1. That monkey. So that doesn't add up. This is a bad this is a bad calibration. It doesn't work. Bad, man. This is bad. Five and 8 has been scratched from the last one. 14, 13, 4 and 3. Fourteen, 13, 4 and 3. So we are back to benchmark 74. The wider gates are a problem. It's very high rated, has a jock. I mean, the form line is very good, has a body weight. What it doesn't have is the leverage. And it is the challenger. What it doesn't have is the leverage. And zero will not win. 14 doesn't have leverage, has a body weight, is the challenger, is the linear, is relaxed than this, but still that's a problem. I think it is 3. So, but then again, the problem is this, that it is not a jockey. It's the jockey is not calibrated. The jockey is not calibrated. So here is the problem. The 14 is the linear, okay? It is good. It is not bad, but it is a challenger. Now, for a challenger, it is the same case here where we had the same situation on the 12. Where is that 12? Yes, that 12, okay? So, if that 12 is a linear and a challenger, and it doesn't have leverage, then it's a problem. This is race number 5. If we look at what happened is race number 5, the 12 came in third. 9 won. That won. If it is a linear and a challenger doesn't have leverage, then it's a problem. Then it'll collide with class. Here it is the same situation. That 14 is the linear, is the challenger, doesn't have the leverage. It's a form line. It'll come. Winning is difficult. And then it goes, then it is about, this is 0, 0, this is 0, 0, 55, this is 66, 50, 66, 34. That's dropping to 13. That is the lowest that I have seen today. No, this was lower than that, but that was bad. This is the only one. 81, 68, 81. Still difficult. Still difficult. Zero is difficult to win. It's also a drop here. It is 18. Gate number 6. 31, 24. Drops here to the 4th. The first, second, third, fourth. First. Third. Fourth. I think it's 3, probably. If it doesn't fail here, which has there is a huge chance it might, but my point is this, that here, that 8, where is that 8? Here, that 8 went through, and when I'm looking at, the arrangement from gate number 6, and the leverage was a 122 here with a challenger face, it went through, all right? It was 122 here, and it was 108. This thing is the highest. 34, it is 13, still can accommodate if the jock does the right thing, which is a very doubtful scene because it is not calibrated rightly. If it falls behind, then it is upside down. Ideally, what should happen is this, then this. 3, 13, 14. It should be like 3, 13, 14. That's how it should work. Got to, so I'll put up your name. Long shot. Long 2x10. 2, 14, 4. This is what gatekeeper is saying. 2. That's the highest class. That's the second linear. Possible, but they're doing like that. And it is here. Gate number 10. Difficult. Ideally, it should be here. The 3 should knock. Can you accommodate this? Negative 13 is the question. Here it is 113. Oops. It should be here. It should be here, I think. I don't know about anything else, but this is a bad arrangement. This generally doesn't work. Generally doesn't work. 2 things are against 14. First is a wider gate. Second thing is that it doesn't have a leverage. It has a body weight, that's true, but it doesn't have a leverage. It doesn't work with the challenges when you do not have a leverage. So the point is very simple. When you have a scene like this, it's a forced entry. It's a forced entry. It's a hopeful entry by the trainer that this horse is going to work, but the numbers don't show. It's a force entry in the race. Here also it is the same thing, probably 14, and now it has gone to the favorite. It is a challenger. The numbers are good. That is the hope, but it doesn't have the leverage, and it is going to face pressure, which is not good. Oh man, some days are like bad. Some days are like nuts, man. I don't know what to do. 14 wins. I'll pass. I'm not getting in. This is bad. Two, 4, 13. 2, 4, 13. 2. Only God knows. I mean, I can't believe this, that Flemington has played like this today. I seriously can't believe this. If this is the scene right now when we are in January, I don't know what they're going to do when we are going to hit April. We better be somewhere else by that time. Two, three, four, 14 might break any order top four. Even they have no clue. These guys, they're talking. They kind of had it today. They fell flat on their faces today. And they are dealing that track day in and out way more than we've done. They've been doing this for a very long time, but they also fell flat on their faces today. And they have no clue what's going on. They're just trying to cover up. Oh, it had some good races. All monkey business today. Yeah, the low quality horses, the problem is not long shot. The thing is, the lower quality horses are not the problem. The problem is the higher quality horses not performing. Lower quality horses, let them be there. But yeah, I mean, the point is this, that if we talk about quality, then you are right, there is an issue. And my specific problem is this, that I have a very I'm a very conservative kind of a person. I do not like to take huge exposures. Like for this one, that was a possibility, but they were like that. So I would never get into a situation like that when the stud farm is bleeding and that is something happening. I knew there is something wrong. This doesn't work with a pressure line with that kind of a jockey calibration. It doesn't work. Is the horse good? Yes, but that doesn't work. Now about low quality horses, they're putting low quality horses. We can see that. The problem is not their presence. They are, I mean, as the house, they're supposed to put in those horses, okay? And our job is to navigate through those horses and get the right one. They will throw those horses to you, but you are not supposed to get caught up with them. You need to navigate through and get the right one. But when you are trying to get to the right one, they are not performing, and they have some very strange arrangement today. Like for the 12, it's a good horse, should have won. Well, look at that arrangement. How is that going to work? Will not work. Here, this is how, I mean, this 12 definitely did not have a chance. It doesn't matter how good you are, that'll not work. That's just eating up everything that you have in the bank. That'll not work. And then there's this 9-year-old. What will do? Very, very weird card. It's a very weird card today. It's a very weird card for Flemington, for a place like Flemington. It's a very weird card. And they're forcefully putting these horses in. I mean, this one, without any leverage, it's exactly like the same situation here on that 12. Where is that 12? Here. Exactly the same replica of this. Yeah. They're just confusing people. That's all that they're doing. They're just throwing junk, and they're confusing people. Bad management, bad jocks, bad horses. Even if you have a good horse, I mean, that's the reason PC is not here. I was thinking, where is PC? PC doubted this long time ago. That's the reason PC is not here. I mean, even if you have a strong feeling on a horse that this thing is going to work, and there's a jockey misalignment, and where are they getting these guys from? I've never heard of them. If you look at the card, I mean, I don't know these guys. E. Postman. He was a favorite. E Postman. Why E Postman is favorite for what joy? He has never raced here at Flemington, and E Postman is favorite. I know what you're saying. I know. I'm just angry. Long shot. I'm just angry. I'm just angry. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I can't tell you how pissed I am. Yeah, but see, I mean, my question is this: that I understand there are these newbie jocks who are there, but what is happening to people like Zahara? Why are they getting into horses which cannot? I mean, what are they trying to prove? They're giving a red carpet to these newbies, or are they trying to prove something extraordinary that cannot happen? I mean, if you look at Zahara, what Zahara has done today, each and every horse Zahara was on had an issue. I don't agree that Zahara doesn't know that there is an issue with that horse. He's the one who's riding it. If I am sitting here, if I'm sitting here in India with numbers, if I can figure out there is a problem with that horse, how can Zahara not figure out that there is a problem with that horse and why Zahara is getting into that horse? Unnecessarily, he's bloating up the market. He's blowing it up. But the horse doesn't have the caliber. Where the horse has a caliber, there is a monkey sitting on on that horse. Everything is upside down, Gate. Everything is upside down. Yeah, I can't tell you how pissed I am today. I mean, this stream eats up approximately 15 hours of my time, all right? It takes about 15 hours to prepare this stream. And I don't prepare this stream for this. I prepare this for a great experience for everyone so that everybody, has a nice time and they get to do what they are here for. But look at what is happening. It takes me 15 hours. It's not like a couple of hours. It takes me 15 hours from absolutely scratch to, whatever we have on screen. This is not what I prepare for. This is definitely not what I want to get into. This is like monkey business. From a track like Flemington, this is like garbage, dishing out garbage. Churchill dance, yeah. God knows.
At the $3.20 very late in the piece. On Diggity Boom is the second bid, number 13. Went up at $4.40, laid $5.50 back into $4.60 and has been the best back to beat it. And you're coming home with Legacy Bay as a special, James. Been close up and placed all 3 runs this campaign. Having some problems with our audio to James with the numbers in full there. 14 to speed.
He's hooted. He ran away.
Discuss our eye what's happening very late in the trade for bookies, where Legacy Bay is $3.10 to $3.30.
He thought it's best not to speak.
60. Porter $7.50 to 8 back to $7.50. It's good support for Carhoff, number 1. Hasn't been far away of late. $10 into $8.50. Kept chasing last time out with a big weight and drops 2 kilos today.
This guy has nowhere to run.
$7 into $9.50, attracting interest, returning from a break. 4th in both of its jump outs here at Flemington. If you're after one at longer odds, Paradise City, number 11, is $14 into $12. Second up today, and it's one second up in the past. And then we've got Little Quantro, 15 out to 20, back into $19. But Legacy Bay as the favourite. James Jordan Special. She hit the line well, went just missing last time out at Sandown with 58.5 kilos. No weight today, drops 5 kilos. And as I touched on, got the hoof right on the till for Moody and Coleman. Luke Cartwright's had a winner there today. 4-year-old two-star man, and of the former talented Jolly Bay. Second big is number 13, Hot Diggity Boom. Hit the line nicely first up, went close up at Sandown on the lakeside track there with 59.5. Drops 2 kilos today for Bo Mertens for the rise off that 66 fourth to a benchmark 74 today. Second up off a 6-month break, much fitter at 1400. Should suit today. And they're getting set for the last of 10 with Adam Orzansky.
Riding on us in that feat, looking for a treble. There's British Columbia. Little Contro. Fear no evil, part of the pace in this race. Porter, of course, will go out running. Paradise City, solid return. Second up, could be a big improver. There's some each way support. There's Yam coming down from the top of the stakes. So Porter and Little Contro are the last couple. Porter did a terrific job. His most recent outing at Cranbourne, scooting around that tighter circuit, only grabbed late by Water Sports, who ran well in defeat earlier today. So Porter's coming up. Little Contro for Harry Coffey. It's the one that will make its approach and complete the line. Wrapping up Standish Handicap Race Day. Lights flashing on the stalls, 1,400 metres, the far end of the race course. They're set, gates open, and they're away. And Porter and Fear No Evil both began well, and it's Porter looking to hit Fear No Evil and Georgia Get Mad. They were followed by, starting to progress, Karhov into fourth, Limsider, Hot Diggity Boom, and then British Columbia, followed by Paradise City, and then comes Yam. Next, Legacy Bay with only two behind it. Narbold and Little Contro is back last. 1,000 metres to go, and Porter only leads by a length and a half today. Porter sits up a little. From in second, Fear No Evil, then followed by Georgie Get Mad, travelling on the inside of Karhov. Karhov looks to be three wide, couldn't quite get in. And then Hot Diggity Boom in the middle. Limsider back on the fence. British Columbia, Paradise City. Legacy Bay with a back to follow, creeping into the race now, about to swing to the middle. And then followed by Narbold and Yam and Little Contro. They come around the corner, 4:20 to go. Porter giving a squeeze, found 2 lengths. Fear No Evil after it. Georgie Get Mad, Hot Diggity Boom. Karhov next under the whip, and down the outside, Legacy Bay starting to wind home from Paradise City, coming through the pack, but it's Porter. Porter the one to beat, 4 lengths clear, 150 to go.
Four, baby.
Moving from the pack, some sort of a threat, but is there any? Because Porter's still got a big lead. Porter slowly shortening strides, but still holding a clear margin on Paradise City, who's charging late, and Porter won it today. Porter
Four.
by half on Paradise City, and 3 lengths away, Fear No Evil on Hot Diggity Boom, followed by Legacy Bay, and then came in behind those runners, Little Contro running on. British Columbia,
4:11.3.
Narbold and Yam towards the back, and Limsider's clocked in a long lap.
4:11.3. 4. Eleven. 3. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. Anyways, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Gatekeeper, you called 2 4:13. Congratulations. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 10 races here at Flemington today, and everything went upside down. But that is what horse racing is all about. But I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream or will be watching it after the stream is over. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for the support. I really appreciate that, and I hope you're back here. Today was one of those days that we can't avoid. These days are here. They're always a part of this sport, and it is always going to be there. Today was one of those days. And thank you so much, Longshot. Thank you so much for being here, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Lee, bro, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Dows, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Caspe, thank you so much for joining in, and thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Wednesday again on one of the tracks midweek. Till then, stay blessed. Have a great day. Bye-bye.